Hey my dear listener, before we start, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Comment down where are you from and what's your time right now. Let's jump into the video. Story 1. The courtyard houses of ancient Mesopotamia. Imagine that you are walking through one of the earliest cities in human history. The year might be somewhere around 2000 BCE, and the city could be Ur or perhaps Babylon. The streets are narrow, twisting slowly between mud brick walls that have stood for generations. There are no glass windows facing the street, no large openings, no inviting doorways revealing what lies inside. Instead, most houses look almost blank from the outside. At first, it might seem strange. You might expect ancient homes to be primitive or chaotic, but if you were to step through one of the small wooden doors, you would discover something surprisingly thoughtful. Inside, the house opens. The center of the home is not a hallway or a kitchen, but a courtyard. A square of open sky sits in the middle of the structure, surrounded by rooms on every side. Sunlight pours down into the open space, warming the ground during winter mornings. In summer, the courtyard becomes a shaded pool of cooler air. This design was not an accident. For the people of ancient Mesopotamia, home life was built around something modern houses often forget: protection from the outside world. The outside streets were noisy, dusty, and sometimes dangerous. Donkeys pulled carts through narrow alleys. Merchants shouted in crowded markets. The smell of cooking fires and livestock drifted between the buildings. But inside the house, life slowed down. The courtyard became the quiet center of daily existence. You might wake before sunrise on a simple woven mat. The air would still be cool from the desert night. A faint breeze might move through the courtyard, carrying the smell of damp clay from the walls. In the corner of the courtyard, a clay oven might still hold warmth from the previous evening's bread baking. The design of these houses was deeply practical, but it also shaped how people experienced time. Unlike modern homes, ancient Mesopotamian houses did not try to maximize productivity. There were no dedicated workspaces, no private offices, no rooms designed for constant activity. Instead, most homes contained only a few essential spaces: sleeping rooms, storage rooms, a kitchen area, sometimes a small shrine. Everything else happened in the courtyard. During the morning, sunlight would slowly reach the center of the space. Family members might gather there to grind grain using heavy stone tools. Others might repair baskets or weave cloth. The sounds were slow and repetitive. Stone against stone, the quiet rustle of straw, the occasional splash of water poured into clay jars. It was a rhythm that rarely changed. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of these homes across Mesopotamian cities. When excavations began in the ruins of Ur in the early 20th century, researchers noticed something striking. The houses looked remarkably similar. Some were large and belonged to wealthy families. Others were small and tightly built for ordinary workers, but almost all followed the same basic idea: a central courtyard surrounded by inward-facing rooms. This inward focus shaped daily life in subtle ways. For one thing, the design created privacy. Unlike modern houses with windows facing the street, Mesopotamian homes revealed very little to the outside world. Most activity took place away from public view. This allowed families to move through their routines without constant interaction with neighbors or strangers. Privacy, it turns out, was already valued 4,000 years ago. The courtyard also controlled temperature. The climate of Mesopotamia was extreme. Summers could reach punishing heat, especially in cities built along the Tigris River and Euphrates River. Mud brick walls were thick, sometimes nearly a meter wide. During the day, they absorbed heat slowly. At night, they released it gradually, keeping indoor spaces comfortable. The courtyard enhanced this effect. Hot air rose upward through the open center of the house, pulling cooler air from the shaded rooms below. In modern architecture, this principle is called passive ventilation. But for the people of Mesopotamia, it was simply common sense. Many homes also included small drains in the courtyard floor. Rainwater was rare, but when storms arrived, water could collect quickly. These drains directed runoff toward narrow street channels, preventing flooding inside the house. Even waste disposal followed a quiet routine. Some houses contained clay pipes leading to small cesspits beneath the floors. Archaeologists examining these pits have discovered seeds, bones, and broken pottery that reveal the details of ancient diets. Barley, lentils, dates, onions, and fish appear again and again in the remains of daily meals. Life inside these homes was not luxurious by modern standards. Furniture was minimal. Beds were often simple platforms or mats. Storage jars lined the walls, holding grain or oil. But the houses were designed with something important in mind: stability. Families lived in these homes for generations. When a house collapsed or was damaged, it was often rebuilt directly on top of the old one. Over centuries, entire neighborhoods slowly rose higher as layers of mud brick accumulated. This process created the large mounds, or tells, that archaeologists excavate today across the Middle East. Inside these homes, children grew up playing in the courtyard dust. Grandparents sat in the shade, sorting dates or mending tools. Evenings were often quiet gatherings around small oil lamps. There were no glowing screens, no constant news, no deadlines arriving through letters or messages. Instead, time was measured by slower events: the rising of the sun, the baking of bread, the return of workers from the fields beyond the city walls. You might imagine sitting quietly in the courtyard as the sky darkens above the open square of the roof. Stars begin to appear one by one. Ancient Mesopotamians paid close attention to those stars. Many of the earliest astronomical observations in human history were recorded by scholars living in cities like Babylon. Yet even for ordinary families, the night sky was part of daily life. Without artificial lighting, the heavens appeared brighter than most people today have ever seen. From the courtyard, you could watch the constellations drift slowly across the opening overhead. And this raises a quiet question. If these homes were designed for shade, privacy, family gatherings, and calm daily rhythms, then when did houses begin to change? When did the home stop being primarily a place for rest and protection and start becoming a place for constant work and productivity? The answer may lie in the deeper social structure of Mesopotamian cities, where even these peaceful courtyards existed within a world of growing bureaucracy, trade, and power. But to understand that shift, you must first look more closely at the people who lived inside these walls and the surprisingly complex lives they built within the quiet spaces of their homes. And that leads to another question. What did a full day of life inside a Mesopotamian courtyard house actually look like for the families who lived there? If you remained inside a Mesopotamian courtyard house long enough, you would begin to notice something unusual about how time moves. It does not rush forward. Instead, it unfolds slowly, marked by small tasks repeated day after day. The design of the house encourages this rhythm. With the rooms arranged around a single courtyard, every activity naturally circles back to the same central space. Morning begins before sunrise. The city, perhaps is still quiet, though faint sounds already travel through the narrow streets. Somewhere nearby, a donkey shifts its weight and stamps against the ground. A clay jar scrapes lightly against stone as someone in a neighboring house prepares water for the day. Inside your house, the courtyard floor still holds the coolness of the night. The first person to rise is often one of the women of the household. In many Mesopotamian families, Daily routines were divided according to long-established roles. Men might spend much of the day outside the house working fields, trading goods, or performing administrative tasks connected to temples or city authorities. But the house itself was a complex and busy world. You step into the courtyard and feel the early morning air moving gently through the open space above. The sky is pale blue, slowly brightening over the rooftops. In one corner sits the household oven. It is a rounded clay structure, somewhat like a large jar turned on its side. Inside, yesterday's ashes remain warm enough to help ignite the morning fire. Fuel is precious in this landscape. Mesopotamia has few forests, so people rely on dried reeds, straw, and sometimes animal dung for cooking fires. The oven is lit carefully. Soon the smell of baking bread drifts into the courtyard. Bread made from barley flour was one of the most common foods in Mesopotamia. The grain itself came from the fertile fields that stretched along the floodplains of the Euphrates River and the Tigris River. These rivers made civilization possible here. Without them, the land would be dry and nearly uninhabitable. With them, irrigation canals could transform the soil into farmland capable of feeding entire cities. Back in the courtyard, the household slowly wakes. Children appear first, rubbing their eyes and stepping onto the packed earth floor. They may carry small clay cups to drink water stored in large jars along the wall. These jars are carefully sealed to keep insects and dust out. Water storage was an essential part of daily life. In many homes, someone would walk to a nearby well or public water source each day to refill the jars. Archaeologists studying the neighborhoods of Babylon have found evidence that many houses shared water access points, creating small community gathering places within the city. But inside the home, most daily tasks remain private. One of the most time-consuming activities is grain grinding. Barley arrives from the fields as whole kernels. Before it can become bread or porridge, it must be crushed into flour using heavy stone tools. This process takes patience and strength. You might see someone kneeling beside a grinding stone in the courtyard, pushing a smaller stone back and forth across the grain. The movement is steady and rhythmic. It might continue for an hour or more. The courtyard design makes this easier. Because the work happens in open air, dust and heat do not build up inside the sleeping rooms. The sunlight gradually warms the courtyard floor as the morning progresses. This sunlight is carefully controlled by the architecture of the house. The surrounding walls cast long shadows, allowing different areas of the courtyard to remain cool at different times of the day. Even without modern engineering, the builders of these houses understood how to shape sunlight and airflow. Some homes even included a small tree planted in the courtyard. Archaeological evidence suggests that date palms or other shade-giving plants were sometimes grown inside these spaces. The tree provided fruit, shade, and a small reminder of the agricultural world beyond the city walls. By mid-morning, the house becomes more active. A family member may be weaving cloth using a simple vertical loom placed against one of the courtyard walls. Threads of wool or flax stretch downward, weighted by small clay loom weights. These weights are one of the most common objects archaeologists discover when excavating Mesopotamian homes. At first glance, they look insignificant, just small lumps of baked clay with holes through them. But they tell an important story about domestic life. Each weight once held part of a loom, helping keep threads tight while fabric was woven. Clothing in Mesopotamia required many hours of labor. Sheep raised in the countryside produced wool that had to be cleaned, spun into thread, and woven into cloth. The courtyard provided enough space and light for this work without crowding the living quarters. Meanwhile, men of the household may be preparing to leave the house. Some might work in nearby markets. Others could be craftsmen, potters, metal workers, or carpenters whose workshops were located along the busier streets of the city. A few might serve in administrative roles connected to temples. Temples were powerful institutions in Mesopotamian cities. They controlled land, organized labor, and stored grain collected as taxes. One of the most famous religious centers was the Great Ziggurat of Ur, a towering stepped pyramid that dominated the skyline of Ur. But inside the courtyard house, the world feels much smaller. There's no towering monument here, only the quiet routine of family life. Around midday, the heat begins to build. Mesopotamian summers could be intense, with temperatures rising far beyond what most modern people experience comfortably. During the hottest hours, activity often slows dramatically. The design of the house helps manage this. Rooms facing the courtyard remain shaded and cool. Thick mud brick walls trap the cooler night air inside. Some families retreat into these rooms for rest during the afternoon. You might sit quietly on a woven mat, listening to distant sounds from the street outside the house. A merchant calling out prices. The creak of wooden wheels on packed earth. Perhaps the distant hum of voices near a marketplace. But inside the house, the courtyard remains calm. This calm was not just practical, it was psychological. The inward-facing design created a clear separation between public and private life. Outside the house, the city might be full of obligations, negotiations, and social hierarchies. Inside, life followed a slower rhythm shaped by family needs rather than city demands. As evening approaches, the courtyard becomes active again. Cooking begins. Stews simmer in clay pots placed over small fires. Ingredients might include lentils, onions, garlic, and bits of fish caught in river channels. Sometimes dates are added for sweetness. These foods appear repeatedly in cuneiform tablets, small clay records written, using wedge-shaped symbols that were first developed in Mesopotamia. Many of these tablets were found in places like Nippur, where scribes recorded everything from taxes to bread rations. Yet those official records rarely describe the quiet moments happening inside homes. They do not mention the evening conversations around small oil lamps. They do not record the sound of children laughing in the courtyard while adults finish cooking the last meal of the day. And they certainly do not describe the feeling of lying on your back in the courtyard at night, watching the stars move slowly across the square of sky framed by the house walls. But something else was happening inside these homes that archaeologists only gradually began to understand. The houses were not just shelters. They were also social structures that reflected the complex hierarchy of Mesopotamian society. Wealthy families sometimes owned much larger courtyard houses, with multiple floors and specialized rooms. Some homes even contained small private chapels. Others included separate quarters for servants or enslaved workers. So although the courtyard might appear peaceful, it also quietly reflected the growing inequalities within early urban civilization. And this leads to an important question. If these houses were meant to provide calm and protection from the chaos of the outside world, why did some of them become larger, more elaborate, and more socially divided over time? What changed inside Mesopotamian society that transformed simple courtyard homes into symbols of wealth and power? To answer that, we must look at the final stage of this story, the moment when domestic architecture began to mirror the rising ambitions of the first great cities, and when the peaceful courtyard house slowly became part of something much larger than family life. As evening settles over the ancient city, the courtyard house begins to grow quiet again. The last cooking fires fade into dim orange embers. Clay bowls are stacked along the walls. A faint breeze drifts down through the open square of sky above the courtyard, carrying with it the dusty scent of the surrounding streets. Inside the house, the family prepares for sleep. Children lie down first, often on simple woven mats made from reeds. Adults may remain awake a little longer, speaking quietly in the courtyard or finishing small tasks by the flickering light of oil lamps. The lamps themselves are simple objects, small clay dishes filled with oil, with a twisted fiber wick resting along the edge. Archaeologists have found thousands of these lamps buried in the ruins of cities like Ur, Babylon, and Nippur. At first glance, they appear identical, yet they tell a quiet story about the homes they once illuminated. In smaller houses, lamps were plain and roughly made. In wealthier homes, they were often smoother, carefully shaped, and sometimes decorated with simple patterns. These small differences hint at something larger that was slowly changing in Mesopotamian cities. Over time, houses began to reveal social rank. The earliest courtyard homes were relatively modest. They followed similar layouts regardless of the family's wealth. But as cities grew larger and trade expanded, some households accumulated far more resources than others, and their homes began to show it. By the time powerful kingdoms ruled much of Mesopotamia, some courtyard houses had expanded dramatically. Excavations in Babylon reveal homes with multiple courtyards, upper floors, and long hallways connecting different wings of the building. The basic design remained the same: rooms facing inward toward an open courtyard, but the scale grew larger. In wealthy districts, the courtyard itself could become a carefully designed space. Floors were sometimes paved with baked bricks instead of packed earth. Walls might be coated with white plaster that reflected sunlight and made the space feel brighter. In rare cases, decorative paintings or colored tiles appeared along the interior surfaces. These changes were subtle but meaningful. The courtyard was no longer just a place for cooking, grinding grain, and weaving cloth. In larger homes, it also became a place for receiving guests and conducting business. And this shift began to blur the boundary between private life and public status. In earlier centuries, most social interaction happened outside the house in markets, temples, or city squares. But wealthier families increasingly used their homes to demonstrate prestige. Visitors entering a large courtyard house might be guided through carefully arranged spaces designed to impress them. First, a narrow entry corridor would lead away from the street. This corridor prevented passers-by from seeing directly into the courtyard. Privacy was still important, even in large homes. Then the corridor would open into the courtyard itself. Here, the visitor would encounter the calm center of the household, a quiet space with light filtering down from above. Perhaps a small tree or potted plants grew in one corner. Clay jars stood neatly arranged along the walls. From this central space, doorways led to different parts of the house. Some rooms were used for sleeping. Others served as storage areas filled with grain jars and textiles. In larger houses, special reception rooms might contain wooden furniture or decorative carpets. Although furniture was limited in Mesopotamian homes, wealthy families sometimes owned low wooden tables, stools, or carved chests. These items were valuable and often passed down through generations. But the most striking difference between rich and ordinary homes was not furniture. It was size. Archaeologists studying neighborhoods in Ur discovered that some houses were more than 4 times larger than others. These larger houses often belonged to merchants, officials, or temple administrators who had gained influence within the city. Yet even in these grand homes, the basic courtyard design remained unchanged. Why? Because the courtyard was not just an architectural habit. It was a practical solution perfectly adapted to the environment of Mesopotamia. The region's climate demanded thick walls, shaded interiors, and careful airflow. Courtyards provided all three. They also supported something equally important: family life. Mesopotamian households were often large and extended across several generations. Parents, children, grandparents, and sometimes other relatives lived together under the same roof. The courtyard became a shared gathering place where daily life unfolded. Even wealthy families still used this space for ordinary tasks. Bread was baked here. Children played here. Animals such as goats or chickens might occasionally wander through the courtyard during the day. In other words, the courtyard house remained grounded in practical needs. But outside the walls of these homes, the world was changing quickly. Mesopotamian cities were becoming powerful centers of government, trade, and warfare. Kings competed for territory along the fertile river valleys. Armies marched across the region. New dynasties rose and fell. One of the most famous rulers of this era was Hammurabi, who ruled Babylon in the 18th century BCE. Hammurabi is best remembered for the Code of Hammurabi, one of the earliest written systems of law. This legal code covered many aspects of daily life, including houses. Some of the laws described responsibilities related to construction and property. For example, if a builder constructed a house that later collapsed and caused harm, the builder could face severe punishment. These laws reveal how important homes had become within Mesopotamian society. A house was not just a shelter. It was an economic asset, a family inheritance, and a symbol of stability within a rapidly growing urban civilization. Yet despite the rising complexity of the outside world, the interior life of the courtyard house remained surprisingly calm. Even in large cities like Babylon, most people still ended their days in the same quiet way. The evening meal finished. The courtyard gradually darkened. Oil lamps flickered along the walls, and above the open roof, the night sky slowly filled with stars. If you lay down in the courtyard at the end of the day, you might hear distant sounds from the city gates or the river docks. But within the walls of the house, the atmosphere remained sheltered and slow. This kind of living space shaped how people experienced stress and work. Work certainly existed. Farmers labored in fields, merchants negotiated deals, craftsmen shaped metal and clay. But when the work ended, people returned to homes that were not designed to push them toward more productivity. There were no offices waiting inside, no constant reminders of unfinished tasks. The architecture itself encouraged rest. The courtyard absorbed the day's heat and noise, creating a calm interior world where life could unfold at a slower pace. In many ways, these homes remind us of something modern architecture often overlooks. For thousands of years, the primary purpose of a house was not efficiency or productivity. It was protection, rest, and balance. Only much later, many centuries after the fall of Mesopotamian cities, would homes begin to change in ways that prioritized work, storage, and constant activity. Yet the courtyard house never completely disappeared. Variations of this design spread across the ancient world from Persia to North Africa, and even into parts of Europe and Asia. The idea was simple and powerful. Build inward. Create a quiet center. Let the outside world remain outside. And if you pause for a moment to imagine standing in one of those ancient courtyards, feeling the cool evening air beneath an open sky, you might begin to wonder something else. If the earliest urban homes were designed for calm, shade, and family rhythms, why did later societies slowly abandon that peaceful design? And what might we rediscover if we looked again at the quiet wisdom hidden inside the houses of the first cities? Story 2: Roman atrium homes and the art of domestic calm. Imagine walking through a quiet street in the ancient city of Pompeii sometime in the 1st century CE. The road beneath your feet is paved with dark volcanic stone. Grooves worn into the surface reveal centuries of carts passing slowly through the city. On either side of the street stand tall walls made of stone and plaster. The buildings press close together, forming a narrow corridor of shade. At first glance, the houses do not appear especially inviting. Their outer walls are plain and nearly windowless. The doors are often heavy wooden panels reinforced with iron. From the street, you cannot see what lies inside. This might feel familiar if you remember the courtyard houses of Mesopotamia. Roman homes followed a similar idea. They protected the inner life of the family by turning inward rather than outward. Now imagine that a door opens. You step across the threshold into the entrance hallway, known to the Romans as the foces. Immediately, the noise of the street fades behind you. The coolness of the stone floor spreads through the air. And then the space opens. You arrive in the center of the house, the atrium. Sunlight falls from a rectangular opening in the roof called the compluvium. Directly beneath it sits a shallow stone basin known as the impluvium, where rainwater collects when storms pass over the city. The result is simple but beautiful. Light from the sky pours into the room. Water gathers quietly below. The sound of dripping rain echoes softly against the stone basin. The atrium was the heart of the Roman house. Just like the courtyard houses of ancient Mesopotamia, Roman homes were organized around a central open space. But the Romans refined the idea in a slightly different way. Instead of a large outdoor courtyard surrounded by rooms, many Roman houses, especially in cities, used a partially enclosed atrium as their central gathering place. This design balanced openness and shelter. The roof protected the interior from harsh sun and wind, while the opening above allowed fresh air and light to enter. But the atrium was more than an architectural feature. It was the symbolic center of Roman family life. In wealthy Roman households, the atrium often displayed objects that represented the family's history and social status. Portrait busts of ancestors might stand along the walls, reminding visitors of the generations who had lived before. These ancestors were deeply important in Roman culture. Families believed that honoring their ancestors helped preserve family identity and prestige. The atrium, where guests were received and ceremonies took place, became the natural place to display these connections to the past. Yet despite these displays, the atmosphere of the atrium was usually calm. The space was open but quiet. Light filtered down slowly throughout the day, shifting across the mosaic floors and painted walls. The Romans were careful about how they shaped this light. In some houses, the walls around the atrium were decorated with detailed fresco paintings, scenes of gardens, architecture, or mythological landscapes. These paintings created the illusion that the walls opened into distant spaces. In a sense, the house itself became a peaceful world separated from the crowded city outside. The layout of the Roman house followed a clear pattern. From the atrium, several small rooms called cubicula opened along the sides. These were sleeping chambers, though they were often quite small by modern standards. Romans did not use bedrooms the way many people do today. Beds were mostly used for sleeping, not for spending long periods of leisure time. Most daily activities happened in the open spaces of the house. Beyond the atrium, another hallway led deeper into the building toward a second open area known as the peristyle. This was a garden courtyard surrounded by columns. In larger homes, the peristyle garden could be surprisingly beautiful. Plants, fountains, and statues created a quiet outdoor retreat inside the house itself. Birds sometimes nested in the greenery. Water trickled from small fountains into shallow pools. In these spaces, the sounds of the city disappeared almost completely. And that was intentional. Roman cities were busy places. Markets filled with shouting vendors. Workshops hammered metal and shaped pottery. Public baths echoed with hundreds of voices throughout the day. But the Roman house was meant to provide something very different. It offered controlled calm. By organizing the home around interior spaces rather than street-facing windows, Roman architects created a sense of separation from the urban environment. The street might be crowded and unpredictable. The house remained ordered and predictable. This design also helped regulate temperature. The thick walls and shaded atrium spaces kept interiors cool during the intense Mediterranean summers. The open roof allowed warm air to rise and escape. Rainwater collected in the impluvium basin was sometimes stored in underground cisterns, providing a reliable supply of water for the household. Water management was an important part of Roman daily life. Although many cities had access to flowing water from aqueduct systems like those feeding Rome, not every house had direct connections. The impluvium allowed homes to collect and store rainwater as a backup supply. In some houses, you might hear the faint splash of water dropping into the basin during a storm. The sound could echo through the atrium like a gentle rhythm. Morning routines often began here. A Roman household typically included more people than just the immediate family. Wealthy homes could include enslaved workers who performed many daily tasks: cooking, cleaning, managing storage, or assisting with clothing and personal care. Early in the day, these workers might sweep the atrium floor, refill oil lamps, or open interior doors to allow fresh air to circulate through the house. The owner of the house, known as the paterfamilias, might sit in the atrium receiving visitors. In Roman society, this morning ritual was known as the salutatio. Clients, neighbors, or associates would arrive to greet the head of the household and discuss business matters. These meetings were not always long or dramatic. Often they were brief conversations about favors, legal issues, or daily concerns. Yet the atrium provided the perfect setting for them. It was public enough to receive guests, but still part of the private household. And when the visitors left, the space returned to quiet domestic life. Children might play games along the edges of the atrium. Someone might read a scroll or mend clothing near the light from the roof opening. The Romans valued this balance between public life and private retreat. Unlike modern homes filled with constant electronic noise, Roman houses contained long stretches of quiet time. Evenings were especially peaceful. After sunset, oil lamps replaced sunlight. Shadows moved slowly across the walls as flames flickered in the dim rooms. The atrium became darker except for the small circle of light around each lamp. Dinner was usually eaten while reclining on couches in a room called the triclinium. Meals were not rushed. Guests might talk for hours about politics, philosophy, or events happening across the empire, from military campaigns in Britannia to trade routes reaching into Egypt. But after the meal ended, the house gradually grew quiet again. The atrium, which had been bright with sunlight earlier in the day, now rested in darkness beneath the open sky. If you stood there long enough, you might notice the same thing people had noticed thousands of years earlier in Mesopotamian courtyard houses. The house itself slowed the rhythm of life. Its architecture gently guided people toward calm spaces, filtered light, and moments of quiet between daily responsibilities. Yet the Roman house also contained a deeper tension. Because while it was designed for comfort and tranquility, it also existed within one of the largest and most powerful empires the world had ever seen. Roman society was full of ambition. Political careers, military victories, and expanding trade networks pushed the empire outward in every direction. And gradually, these ambitions began to influence the design of Roman homes themselves. The atrium that once served as a peaceful center of family life started to become something else. It became a place for display, status, and power. And in some houses, the calm architecture of domestic life slowly turned into a stage where wealth and influence were quietly demonstrated to every visitor who entered. which raises an interesting question. How did Roman homes transform from peaceful family spaces into subtle symbols of social competition within the empire? And what happened to the quiet simplicity of the atrium when Roman wealth reached its peak? If you return to the Roman house early the next morning, the atrium looks different again. Sunlight enters slowly through the opening in the roof. At first it appears as a narrow beam stretching across the floor. Then, as the sun rises above the rooftops of Pompeii, the light spreads wider across the atrium. It reaches the shallow basin of the impluvium first. The water reflects the sky above, producing a faint shimmer that moves along the walls. Painted frescoes, sometimes depicting gardens or imaginary architecture, begin to glow softly in the morning light. This quiet moment before visitors arrive and before the city fully wakes may have been one of the most peaceful times of day inside a Roman house. But the calm does not last long. Soon footsteps echo in the entrance corridor. A visitor has arrived. In many Roman households, mornings followed a structured social routine called the salutatio. This ritual may feel strange to modern ears, but for Romans it was a normal part of daily life. The head of the household, known as the paterfamilias, would sit or stand in the atrium to receive a line of visitors. These visitors were often clients' men who depended on the household for protection, influence, or employment. In return, the clients offered loyalty and public support. Roman society relied heavily on this network of patronage relationships. Political careers, business opportunities, and legal disputes were often shaped by personal connections. And the Roman house was where many of these connections were maintained. The atrium therefore served two purposes at once. It remained the peaceful architectural center of the house, but it also functioned as a small stage for social interaction. Visitors entering through the front door would pass directly into this space. They would see the family's decorations, the arrangement of furniture, and the displays of ancestral portraits placed carefully along the walls. These portraits were extremely important. Roman aristocratic families often preserved wax masks or sculpted busts representing their ancestors. During certain ceremonies, these images were even carried in public processions to remind citizens of the family's long history of service to the state. Inside the house, the portraits silently communicated something similar. They told every visitor, "This family has existed for generations." And that message mattered in a society where reputation shaped nearly every opportunity. But despite these social rituals, the atrium rarely felt chaotic. The architecture itself encouraged calm behavior. The high ceiling allowed voices to rise and soften rather than echo harshly. The open roof filled the room with natural light, which made it easier to gather during the morning hours without burning oil lamps. Visitors would greet the householder, exchange brief words, and then move on. After the last guest left, the house returned to its quieter rhythm. Now the atrium belonged once again to the household itself. You might notice children moving through the space with small wooden toys. Archaeologists excavating houses in Herculaneum discovered miniature carts, carved animals, and simple dolls that once belonged to Roman children. These toys were often found in rooms opening onto the atrium, suggesting that children spent much of their time playing near the center of the house. Meanwhile, other activities continued along the edges of the space. A servant might polish bronze dishes near the impluvium. Another might refill oil lamps or adjust curtains hanging across certain doorways. These curtains were used frequently in Roman homes. Because interior doors were not always necessary, curtains allowed families to control airflow and privacy while still keeping rooms connected to the atrium. The result was a house that felt open, rather than divided into isolated compartments. This openness shaped how people experienced daily life. Instead of moving from room to room along narrow hallways, most movement flowed through the central atrium. It was difficult to ignore the rhythms of the household, because nearly everyone passed through the same space several times each day. This created a kind of quiet awareness of one another's routines. You might hear someone grinding herbs in a nearby kitchen. You might catch the faint scent of baking bread drifting across the atrium floor. Cooking in Roman homes usually happened in a small room near the back of the house. Kitchens were often simple and smoky spaces with stone counters and clay stoves. But meals were rarely eaten there. Instead, the prepared food would be carried to another room called the triclinium. The triclinium was designed specifically for dining. 3 couches surrounded a low table where guests reclined while eating. This style of dining was influenced by earlier Greek customs, which Romans adopted and adapted over time. During large dinners, conversation in the triclinium might grow lively and animated. But earlier in the day, the house remained far quieter. Many Roman citizens spent their afternoons outside the home. Some visited public baths like those in Baths of Caracalla, where bathing, exercise, and conversation filled several hours of the day. Others conducted business in marketplaces or attended political gatherings in forums. Yet no matter how busy the city became, the Roman house continued to provide a retreat. And one of the most remarkable parts of that retreat lay deeper within the house itself. Beyond the atrium stood the peristyle garden. If you walk through the inner doorway, you suddenly find yourself in another open space, but this one feels different from the atrium. Instead of a stone basin and painted walls, you see plants, columns, and open sky. The peristyle garden was often surrounded by a row of columns supporting a covered walkway. Beneath this walkway stood benches, statues, and sometimes small fountains. This garden was a later addition to Roman house design, influenced by contact with the Greek world. Wealthy Romans admired Greek architecture and began incorporating garden courtyards into their homes. For families who could afford them, the peristyle gardens became the most relaxing part of the house. Birdsong replaced the noise of the street. Water trickled from decorative fountains, and shaded pathways allowed people to sit or walk slowly while enjoying the cool air. It was a remarkably peaceful space for a city house. Even in crowded urban neighborhoods, Roman families created small pockets of nature inside their homes. Painted garden scenes sometimes extended this illusion by covering surrounding walls with images of trees, flowers, and distant landscapes. Standing there, you might almost forget you were in the middle of a dense Roman city. Yet this peaceful environment also revealed something important about Roman culture. The house was no longer just a place to rest. It had become a carefully designed reflection of personal identity and wealth. Gardens required land, water, and maintenance. Decorative frescoes required skilled artists. Marble statues and fountains required money and access to distant quarries. In other words, the peaceful atmosphere of the Roman house was increasingly supported by the economic power of the empire itself. Trade routes stretched across the Mediterranean. Goods arrived from Egypt, Gaul, and even lands beyond the empire's eastern borders. As Roman wealth grew, so did the complexity of domestic architecture. Some houses expanded into elaborate residences with multiple courtyards, bathrooms, libraries, and private shrines. But this expansion also carried a quiet risk. The more elaborate a house became, the more it emphasized status and social competition. What had once been a simple architectural solution, an open space bringing light and air into the home, began to evolve into something more theatrical. Visitors were no longer simply welcomed. They were impressed. And slowly, the Roman house began to shift away from pure domestic calm toward something closer to a display of prosperity and influence. By the 1st century CE, some Roman homes had become so elaborate that they resembled miniature palaces hidden behind ordinary street walls. Yet the most fascinating part of this story is what happened next. Because one unexpected event would suddenly freeze dozens of Roman houses in time, preserving their atriums, gardens, and everyday objects exactly as they were nearly 2,000 years ago. The moment came suddenly, violently, and without warning. And thanks to that moment, archaeologists today can walk through Roman homes almost exactly as their owners left them. The question is, what do these preserved houses reveal about how Romans truly lived inside these spaces of calm and quiet design? On a quiet summer day in the year 79 CE, the Roman towns along the Bay of Naples looked much like they had for generations. In the streets of Pompeii, shopkeepers opened their doors to the morning air. Bakers prepared ovens for the day's bread. Merchants arranged small piles of fruit and olives on wooden tables. Inside the houses, the familiar rhythm of domestic life had already begun. Sunlight filtered down through the atrium openings. Rainwater basins reflected patches of blue sky. Someone might have been sweeping the floor near the entrance corridor, while another person prepared food in a small kitchen toward the back of the house. The architecture of the Roman home had not changed much for centuries. Atriums still served as the central gathering space. Gardens still rested quietly behind rows of columns. Bedrooms and storage rooms still lined the sides of the house. And like the courtyard homes of Mesopotamia, these Roman houses were designed around calm interior spaces rather than outward display. From the street, little could be seen. But inside, the houses formed peaceful worlds of filtered light, water, and quiet routines. Yet on that particular morning, something unusual was happening in the distance. Beyond the rooftops of the city rose the broad shape of Mount Vesuvius. For centuries, the mountain had stood silently above the surrounding farmland. Few people living in Pompeii realized that it was an active volcano. The slopes of the mountain were fertile and green. Vineyards covered the hillsides. Farmers raised crops and animals without any sense that the ground beneath them held enormous destructive power. Then, sometime around midday, the mountain erupted. At first, people in Pompeii may have simply noticed a dark cloud rising above the horizon. Witnesses later described the cloud as resembling a tall pine tree, its trunk rising upward before spreading outward into a wide canopy of ash and smoke. The eruption grew rapidly. Ash began falling across the city like strange gray snow. At first, many residents likely remained inside their homes. The thick stone walls and sheltered atriums would have offered some protection from the falling debris. Inside the houses, people may have gathered in the central atrium, looking upward through the roof opening at the darkening sky. Ash collected in the impluvium basin, where rainwater normally gathered. It was a quiet but unsettling scene. The peaceful architecture of the Roman house had always been designed to manage sunlight, airflow, and rain, but it was never meant to handle a volcanic eruption. As the afternoon progressed, the situation worsened. The eruption column rising from Mount Vesuvius grew taller and darker. Small stones called pumice began to fall along with the ash. Roofs across the city started to collapse under the growing weight. Many people attempted to flee the city. Others remained inside their homes, hoping the storm of ash would eventually pass. Inside the atriums, the open roof that normally brought light and fresh air into the house now allowed ash to pour directly into the center of the building. The impluvium basins filled quickly. The floors became covered in thick gray layers. In some houses, residents tried to block the opening in the roof with wooden boards or cloth, but the falling debris continued for hours. Eventually, parts of the city were buried under meters of ash and pumice. Then, during the night and early morning of the following day, a far more dangerous phase of the eruption began. Superheated clouds of gas and volcanic material, called pyroclastic flows, rushed down the slopes of the volcano at incredible speed. These flows swept across Pompeii and neighboring towns, filling streets, houses, and courtyards with deadly heat and ash. The city disappeared beneath layers of volcanic debris. And with it disappeared thousands of homes, each containing the ordinary objects of daily life. For centuries afterward, the location of Pompeii was gradually forgotten. Fields and vineyards grew above the buried city. Farmers worked the land without realizing that entire neighborhoods rested beneath their feet. It was not until the 18th century that large-scale excavations began. When archaeologists started uncovering the ruins of Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum, they made an astonishing discovery. The volcanic ash had preserved many houses almost exactly as they had been on the day of the eruption. Walls still stood. Atriums remained intact. Furniture, dishes, and decorations were still resting where they had last been used. For the first time in history, researchers could walk through Roman homes as if the residents had simply stepped outside for a moment. In one house, they found a bronze lamp still standing near the atrium basin. In another, a wooden chest remained beside a wall in a sleeping room. Fresco paintings still decorated the walls, their colors protected by layers of ash. These discoveries transformed our understanding of Roman domestic life. Instead of relying only on written descriptions, historians could now examine the physical layout of houses in remarkable detail. They could see how atriums connected to gardens. They could measure the size of rooms and study the placement of furniture. They could even identify small, everyday objects: hairpins, cooking tools, writing tablets that revealed the routines of the people who lived there. One of the most famous examples is the House of the Faun, an enormous residence covering nearly an entire city block. This house contained multiple atriums, large gardens, and elaborate mosaic floors. One of its mosaics depicted a famous scene from the battle between Alexander the Great and the Persian ruler Darius III. Yet even in such grand homes, the familiar elements of Roman domestic architecture remained. The atrium still served as the central space. The impluvium still collected water. The layout still guided daily life around calm interior areas. Excavations also revealed something surprising. Not every Roman lived in a large house with gardens and multiple courtyards. Many urban residents lived in apartment buildings known as insulae. These structures were crowded and far less comfortable than the traditional courtyard-style homes of wealthier families. This contrast reminds us that Roman society was deeply unequal. The peaceful atrium houses preserved in Pompeii represent only part of the population. Still, they offer a rare glimpse into how architecture once shaped daily life in ways that encouraged rest and balance. The Roman house did not push its occupants toward constant productivity. Instead, it gently guided them toward moments of quiet. Sunlight entering the atrium, water collecting in the basin, garden paths shaded by columns. These features created small pockets of calm within busy cities. And thanks to the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, we can still walk through those spaces today. When modern visitors step into the ruins of Pompeii, they often pause in the atriums of ancient houses. They look upward through the open roof. They listen to the wind moving softly through the broken walls. And for a moment, they experience something very similar to what Roman families once felt inside their homes. A quiet pause, a place where the outside world fades away. These houses remind us that ancient architecture was not only about engineering or decoration. It was also about shaping the pace of daily life. For thousands of years, homes were designed to slow people down, to provide shade, quiet, and protection from the pressures of the outside world. Only much later would houses begin to change. Rooms would multiply. Spaces would become specialized for work, storage, and constant activity. And gradually, the calm simplicity of ancient homes would begin to fade. Yet echoes of those older designs still survive in parts of the world today. Courtyards, atriums, and garden spaces continue to appear in architecture across many cultures. They remind us of a very old idea, that the purpose of a home is not only to shelter the body, it is also to protect the mind from the noise of the world outside. And if the houses of ancient Rome were built around light and water, another civilization along the Nile shaped its homes around something equally powerful: the steady rhythm of a great river that determined nearly every aspect of daily life. Which raises the next question: what did ordinary homes look like along the banks of the Nile? And how did the environment of ancient Egypt shape the quiet architecture of daily living? Story 3. The quiet geometry of ancient Egyptian homes. If you travel far back in time to the fertile banks of the Nile River, you would find a landscape very different from the cities of Mesopotamia or the crowded towns of the Roman world. The Nile moves slowly through a narrow ribbon of green land surrounded by vast desert. Each year, for thousands of years, the river followed a predictable rhythm. Its waters would rise during the annual flood, spreading across the fields and leaving behind a rich layer of dark soil. This soil made agriculture possible. Without the floodwaters of the Nile, ancient Egypt would have been little more than a thin line of settlements struggling against the desert. Instead, it became one of the most stable civilizations in human history. And in that stability, something interesting happened to architecture, especially the homes of ordinary people. When most people think about ancient Egypt, they imagine towering pyramids or enormous temples carved with hieroglyphs. Structures like the Great Pyramid of Giza or the temples along the banks of Luxor often dominate our imagination. But these monumental buildings represented only a small part of Egyptian life. Most people lived in simple houses made from one of the oldest building materials in human history: mud brick. Mud brick construction was remarkably practical. The Nile floodplain produced enormous quantities of clay-rich mud. When mixed with straw and shaped into rectangular blocks, this mud could be dried under the hot Egyptian sun until it hardened into durable bricks. These bricks were not fired in kilns like modern bricks. Instead, they were left to dry naturally. The result was a building material that was easy to produce, inexpensive, and well suited to the climate. In fact, mud brick had an important advantage over stone. It helped regulate temperature. Egyptian summers were extremely hot. Thick mud brick walls absorbed heat slowly during the day and released it gradually at night, helping to keep interiors cooler during the hottest hours. This simple material shaped the design of Egyptian homes in quiet but meaningful ways. Most houses were low, rectangular structures built close together along narrow streets. From the outside, they often looked plain, flat walls rising directly from the earth with few windows facing the street. But this simplicity served a purpose. Like the inward-facing houses of Mesopotamia and the atrium homes of Rome, Egyptian houses were designed to protect the interior from heat, dust, and noise. Small windows were placed high on the walls, allowing hot air to escape while limiting the amount of sunlight entering the rooms. The interiors were arranged carefully to guide airflow through the house. In many homes, the entrance led into a small reception area or open courtyard where much of daily life took place. From there, a series of connected rooms extended deeper into the structure. These rooms served different purposes. One might be used for sleeping, another for food preparation. Others stored tools, baskets, or jars filled with grain. Unlike modern homes with specialized rooms for nearly every activity, Egyptian houses were flexible spaces. The same room might be used for different tasks at different times of day. Furniture was minimal. Beds were simple wooden frames topped with woven rope or leather. Small wooden stools served as seats. Storage chests held clothing and personal items. Most cooking happened outdoors, or in small kitchen areas where smoke from cooking fires could escape easily. Archaeologists have uncovered many examples of these houses in the ruins of ancient towns. One particularly well-preserved settlement is Deir el-Medina, located near the ancient city of Thebes. This village housed the skilled workers who carved and decorated the royal tombs in the nearby Valley of the Kings. Because the settlement was abandoned gradually rather than destroyed suddenly, many details of the houses remained intact. Excavations revealed narrow streets lined with rows of small mud brick homes. Most houses followed a similar pattern. A front room opened directly from the street. Behind it lay a central living space with a raised platform that may have served as a sleeping area or work surface. Further rooms extended toward the back of the house, sometimes including a small staircase leading to the roof. The roof itself played an important role in Egyptian daily life. During the cooler hours of evening and night, families often climbed to the flat roof to rest or sleep beneath the open sky. In the hot climate of the Nile Valley, rooftops provided a welcome escape from the warmth trapped inside the lower rooms. Imagine standing on one of these roofs after sunset. The heat of the day has faded. A gentle breeze moves across the rooftops of the village. In the distance, you might see the dark outline of desert hills beyond the green floodplain of the Nile. Oil lamps flicker along nearby rooftops as families settle down for the night. From this elevated vantage point, you could hear the quiet sounds of village life, soft conversations, the distant bark of a dog, the rustle of wind through palm trees. These moments reveal something important about Egyptian homes. They were not designed for constant activity or productivity. Instead, they followed the rhythm of the natural environment. The rising and falling of the Nile determined agricultural work. The intense heat of midday encouraged rest. Evening breezes invited people outdoors or onto rooftops. Architecture adapted to these patterns rather than resisting them. Another fascinating feature of Egyptian houses was their use of light and shadow. Because windows were small and positioned high on the walls, sunlight rarely flooded directly into the rooms. Instead, light entered softly, reflecting off whitewashed walls and illuminating the interior with a gentle glow. This created a calm atmosphere that remained comfortable even during the brightest hours of the day. Walls were sometimes decorated with simple paintings or geometric patterns. Wealthier households might include images of plants, animals, or scenes from daily life. But even in modest homes, people took care to maintain a sense of order and beauty. Small shrines dedicated to household gods often stood in corners of the house. One of the most common protective deities was Bes, a dwarf-like figure believed to guard families from harm. Another was Taweret, who protected mothers and children. These figures appeared on wall paintings, amulets, and small statues placed throughout the home. Their presence reminds us that Egyptian houses were not just physical shelters. They were also spiritual spaces where daily life and religious belief blended quietly together. Children grew up surrounded by these symbols. Families performed small rituals or prayers within their homes. And through all of this, the structure of the house itself remained remarkably stable across centuries. Unlike many other ancient civilizations where housing styles changed rapidly, Egyptian domestic architecture evolved slowly. Mud brick houses continued to follow similar patterns for thousands of years. This stability reflected the broader stability of Egyptian society. The Nile's predictable flood cycle supported a consistent agricultural system. Political authority remained relatively centralized under pharaohs for long periods of time. And within that steady environment, homes did not need to change dramatically. They already worked well. Yet despite their practical design, Egyptian houses also carried hidden complexities. Some homes were larger than others. Some contained extra rooms, private courtyards, or decorated walls that revealed the wealth of their occupants. And within these quiet mud brick walls, social differences sometimes appeared just as clearly as they did in temples or royal palaces. Which raises an intriguing question. If most Egyptian homes were simple mud brick structures built for comfort and stability, how did wealth and social status quietly reshape domestic life along the Nile? And what did the houses of Egypt's wealthiest citizens reveal about a society that is often remembered only for its pharaohs and pyramids? If you step back into the streets of an ancient Egyptian settlement early in the morning, the air is still cool from the night before. A soft light spreads across the mud brick walls as the sun rises over the eastern desert. In villages along the Nile River, the beginning of the day often arrives quietly. Unlike the dense commercial streets of Roman cities or the narrow alleys of Babylon, many Egyptian towns were closely tied to agriculture. Fields stretched beyond the edges of the settlement, and the daily rhythm of life was guided by the work required to maintain crops. But before anyone walks out toward the fields, the first activity of the day begins inside the home. You might enter a modest mud brick house in a village like Deir el-Medina, where skilled workers once lived while building royal tombs for pharaohs. Inside, the air is dim but comfortable. The thick mud brick walls have preserved the coolness of the night. A faint beam of sunlight enters through a small high window, illuminating dust particles drifting slowly in the air. The first room you encounter is often the front hall. This space serves several purposes at once. It is the entrance for visitors, a place for small daily tasks, and sometimes even a sleeping area during hot weather. Furniture here is simple. A wooden stool rests near the wall. A woven mat lies on the floor. Against one side stands a clay jar filled with water drawn from the river earlier that morning. Water was one of the most important resources in daily life. Even though the Nile flowed nearby, households needed to store water carefully for drinking, cooking, and washing. Large clay jars were designed to keep water cool through evaporation. When you touched the surface of the jar, it might feel slightly damp and pleasantly cool against your hand. Nearby, someone begins preparing the morning meal. Bread formed the foundation of most Egyptian diets. Wheat or barley grains were ground using stone tools similar to those used thousands of years earlier in Mesopotamia. Grinding grain was slow, repetitive work. You might hear the steady scraping of stone against stone as flour gradually collects in a shallow bowl. Once enough flour is ready, it is mixed with water and shaped into flat loaves before being baked in a small clay oven. The smell of fresh bread slowly fills the house. In many homes, breakfast was simple: bread, onions, perhaps dates or figs, and sometimes a thick beer made from fermented grain. Egyptian beer was not like modern varieties. It was heavier and often contained bits of grain or bread floating within it, but it provided calories and nutrients that were important for people who worked long hours in fields or workshops. Once the morning meal is finished, the house begins to empty. Men and older children often leave to work outside the home farming, fishing, building, or performing skilled labor. But the house itself remains active. Women and younger children continue many of the daily tasks that kept the household functioning. One of the most time-consuming activities was textile production. Flax plants grown along the Nile were used to create linen, the most common fabric in ancient Egypt. Turning flax into linen required several steps: soaking the fibers, drying them, spinning them into thread, and finally weaving the thread into cloth. You might see someone seated near the doorway where the light is strongest, spinning thread using a simple spindle. The motion is small but constant, twisting fibers into thin strands that will eventually become fabric. These threads might later be woven on a loom set up inside the house, or in a small courtyard behind it. The work is quiet and patient. Hours pass slowly while thread accumulates on the spindle. Meanwhile, children move through the rooms playing small games. Archaeologists have discovered simple toys in Egyptian houses, small clay animals, carved wooden figures, and board games etched into stone or wood. One of the most famous games played in ancient Egypt was Senet. Boards for Senet have been found not only in palaces, but also in ordinary homes. The game involved moving pieces across a grid of squares according to the throw of small sticks or knuckle bones. Although the exact rules remain uncertain, historians believe the game carried symbolic meaning connected to the journey of the soul in the afterlife. Yet for children playing in a village house, Senet may simply have been an entertaining way to pass the time during the hottest hours of the day. By midday, the heat grows intense. The Egyptian sun can feel almost overwhelming during the summer months. When temperatures climb, many people retreat indoors where the thick mud brick walls provide shade. Inside the house, activity slows. Someone may lie down on a woven mat for a short rest. Another person might sit quietly near a small shrine placed in a corner of the room. These household shrines were common in Egyptian homes. They often contained small statues or images of protective deities such as Bes or Taweret. Families believed these deities guarded the household from illness, accidents, and misfortune. Offerings of food, incense, or small prayers might be made quietly during the day. Religion in ancient Egypt was not limited to grand temples. It was woven into everyday life, including the spaces inside ordinary homes. As the afternoon progresses, sunlight shifts across the rooms. The small windows near the ceiling allow warm air to escape while preventing harsh sunlight from flooding the interior. This careful balance of light and ventilation makes the house surprisingly comfortable despite the heat outside. Later in the afternoon, the village slowly becomes active again. People return from the fields carrying tools or baskets of crops. Fishermen bring their nets back from the river. Dust rises gently along the narrow streets as neighbors pass one another on the way home. Inside the house, preparations for the evening meal begin. Cooking fires are lit. Clay pots are placed over the flames to prepare stews made from lentils, vegetables, or fish. The smell of herbs and roasted grains drifts through the doorway into the street. Families gather once more in the front room or courtyard. Children finish their games. Adults discuss the events of the day. Oil lamps are lit as darkness spreads across the village. Eventually, the heat of the day fades completely. And this is when one of the most peaceful moments of Egyptian domestic life begins. Families climb the small staircase leading to the flat roof. Up here, the air feels cooler. A soft breeze moves across the rooftops of the village. The stars appear one by one above the dark horizon of the desert. People spread mats or blankets across the roof and lie down beneath the open sky. From this vantage point, the entire settlement seems calm and quiet. The Nile flows silently in the distance. Palm trees sway gently in the night wind. And the homes themselves, simple mud brick structures built from the soil of the riverbank, rest quietly after another day shaped by the steady rhythm of the Nile. These houses were not grand monuments like the pyramids. They were modest, practical, and built for everyday comfort. Yet within their walls unfolded the lives of millions of ordinary people whose work sustained one of the longest-lasting civilizations in human history. But even within this stable world, not all houses were the same. Some homes were larger, with additional rooms, decorated walls, and private courtyards. These differences reflected something that existed quietly beneath the surface of Egyptian society, a growing gap between ordinary households and the wealthy elite. And that raises a final question. What did the homes of Egypt's wealthiest citizens look like? And how did their architecture reveal the subtle ways power and status shaped domestic life along the Nile? As evening settles across the villages and towns of ancient Egypt, the quiet rhythm of daily life begins to slow once again. Families return to their homes along the fertile banks of the Nile River. The heat of the day fades into the soft warmth of twilight. Oil lamps flicker gently in doorways while distant voices drift across the rooftops. In most Egyptian settlements, the houses look similar from the outside. Mud brick walls rise directly from the ground. Flat roofs form simple rectangular silhouettes against the fading sky. Narrow streets weave between the homes, sometimes just wide enough for two people to pass. But if you were able to walk through several houses within the same town, you might begin to notice quiet differences. Some homes are slightly larger. Some have extra rooms. Some contain painted walls or decorative furniture that others do not. These small details reveal something important about Egyptian society. Although ancient Egypt is often remembered as a civilization ruled by powerful pharaohs such as Ramses II or Hatshepsut, most people lived simple lives as farmers, craftsmen, or laborers. Yet within this world of mud brick houses, social status still shaped domestic architecture in subtle ways. For wealthier families, especially scribes, administrators, or officials working in cities like Thebes or Memphis, houses could become much larger and more elaborate. These houses still used mud brick as the primary building material, but the layout expanded to include multiple courtyards, larger reception rooms, and additional storage areas. One of the most important features of wealthier Egyptian homes was the central courtyard. Just as the courtyard had served as the heart of houses in Mesopotamia and later in Roman architecture, Egyptian courtyards created an open space where light and air could circulate through the house. But in larger homes, these courtyards were not only practical, they were also decorative. Stone basins might collect water for washing. Trees or flowering plants sometimes grew in small garden plots. Walls surrounding the courtyard might be painted with scenes of birds, lotus flowers, or papyrus plants. These decorations reflected the natural beauty of the Nile environment. They also served another purpose. They reminded visitors that the household possessed enough wealth to dedicate time and labor to aesthetic details, rather than purely practical construction. Inside these homes, rooms became more specialized. A formal reception hall might stand near the entrance where guests were welcomed. This room could contain carved wooden chairs, painted chests, or woven carpets placed across the floor. Beyond the reception area, private rooms served the daily needs of the family. Bedrooms contained wooden beds with curved headrests instead of pillows. Storage rooms held baskets filled with grain, jars of oil, and folded linen garments. In some houses, separate kitchens allowed cooking to take place away from the main living areas. This helped keep smoke and heat out of the rest of the house. Another feature found in larger Egyptian homes was the roof pavilion. Instead of a completely flat roof, some houses included a small shaded structure built on the rooftop. These pavilions provided a comfortable place to sit during the cooler hours of evening. Imagine climbing the narrow staircase to such a rooftop. The sun has already set behind the western desert hills. The sky above the Nile glows faintly purple and gold. From the rooftop pavilion, you can see across the town rows of mud brick houses stretching toward the river. In the distance stand the towering temple complexes, dedicated to gods such as Amun or Ra. But from here, those grand monuments feel far away. What you notice most are the quiet details of ordinary life. Families sitting together on rooftops. Children laughing somewhere in the narrow streets below. The faint sound of water moving through irrigation channels leading toward the fields. These sounds remind us that Egyptian civilization depended on millions of ordinary households like these. Farmers working the land along the Nile produced the grain that fed the population. Craftsmen created tools, pottery, and textiles used across the kingdom. And scribes, perhaps the most respected profession outside the priesthood, recorded the flow of goods, taxes, and labor that sustained the state. Many scribes lived in houses slightly larger than those of farmers. Their homes sometimes contained writing equipment, wooden pallets holding black and red ink, reed pens, and sheets of papyrus. These tools were essential for recording official information across the kingdom. The importance of writing in Egyptian society cannot be overstated. Documents written by scribes tracked everything from agricultural harvests to temple offerings. Without these records, the centralized government of Egypt would have struggled to function effectively. Yet even in the homes of scribes and officials, daily life remained surprisingly modest. There were no enormous dining halls or private libraries like those seen in later Roman houses. Instead, the same basic architectural ideas continued to guide domestic life. Thick mud brick walls, flat roofs, courtyards providing light and air. The Egyptian house remained focused on comfort and climate, not on displays of power. This focus reflects something unique about Egyptian civilization. For long periods of time, Egypt enjoyed remarkable political stability compared with many other ancient societies. Dynasties rose and fell, but the fundamental structure of daily life changed slowly. Farmers continued planting crops according to the Nile's flood cycle. Craftsmen continued producing tools and goods. Families continued living in houses built from the same mud brick techniques used for generations. This stability allowed Egyptian architecture to evolve gradually rather than dramatically. Even wealthy houses rarely abandoned the practical design principles that made mud brick homes comfortable in the hot climate. And perhaps that is why Egyptian domestic architecture feels so calm when archaeologists study it today. Unlike palaces or temples built to impress visitors, houses were designed primarily for everyday living. They provided shade during intense heat. They created quiet spaces where families could work, eat, and rest together. They followed the rhythm of the environment rather than trying to overpower it. But time eventually changes even the most stable traditions. Over the centuries, Egyptian society faced invasions, political struggles, and cultural influences from other civilizations. Foreign rulers from the Persians to the Greeks, and eventually the Romans introduced new architectural ideas into the Nile Valley. Some Egyptian houses began incorporating features inspired by Mediterranean design, including columned courtyards and larger interior halls. Gradually, the quiet simplicity of traditional mud brick homes began to shift. Yet for thousands of years before those changes arrived, Egyptian houses had quietly achieved something remarkable. They created living spaces that balanced practicality, comfort, and calm within one of the harshest climates on Earth. They did not chase efficiency or constant productivity. Instead, they offered protection from heat, space for family life, and moments of rest shaped by the steady rhythm of the Nile. And if you were standing on a rooftop in an Egyptian village long ago, watching the stars rise above the desert, you might notice something familiar. The same quiet feeling that existed in the courtyard houses of Mesopotamia. The same calm architecture that shaped Roman atrium homes. Across different civilizations and landscapes, Ancient people often built their homes around a similar idea. Create a peaceful center. Let the outside world remain outside. And allow daily life to move at a pace, guided by nature rather than urgency. But the story of peaceful homes does not end along the Nile. In another part of the ancient world, philosophers and architects began thinking deeply about how the design of a house could influence not only comfort, but the mind itself. Their ideas would shape one of the most elegant and balanced domestic architectures in history. Which leads us to the next story. How did the houses of ancient Greece attempt to create harmony between private life, philosophy, and the restless energy of the city? Story 4. Greek courtyard living and the philosophy of private space. If you walk through the streets of Athens sometime during the 5th century BCE, you might first notice how busy everything seems. The city is alive with movement. Merchants call out from small shops near the roads. Potters shape clay vessels in open workshops. Citizens gather in public spaces discussing politics, philosophy, and the latest news from distant colonies. Beyond the houses rises the famous hill of the Acropolis, crowned with temples dedicated to the gods. In the lower city, crowds gather in the Agora of Athens, where trade, conversation, and political debate fill the day with noise. To an outsider, Athens might appear like a city that never truly rests. But if you step away from the crowded public spaces and move into the residential neighborhoods, you begin to notice something surprising. The houses are quiet. Their outer walls face the street with very few windows. The doors are plain and solid. From the outside, most homes appear simple and even slightly mysterious. You might walk past dozens of houses without seeing any sign of the life happening inside them. This was intentional. Greek houses were designed to protect the privacy of the family from the busy public world outside. The Greeks believed that the life of the city, the debates, markets, and political gatherings belonged in public spaces. The home served a different purpose. It was meant to be calm. If you knock on the wooden door of one of these houses and step inside, you immediately notice the change in atmosphere. The sounds of the street fade almost completely. Instead of a narrow corridor or hallway, the house opens into a central courtyard. Sunlight falls gently into this open space. The surrounding walls provide shade along the edges, creating areas where people can sit comfortably throughout the day. This courtyard forms the heart of the Greek house. Just like the courtyard homes of Mesopotamia, the atrium houses of Rome, and the open spaces found in Egyptian homes along the Nile River, Greek houses also turned inward. The architecture created a quiet center where family life could unfold. Around the courtyard stood a series of rooms. Some were used for sleeping. Others served as storage areas filled with clay jars containing grain, olive oil, or wine. One room might contain a loom where cloth was woven from wool produced by sheep grazing in the hills beyond the city. Unlike modern homes, Greek houses rarely had strict divisions between different types of activities. A room used for sleeping at night might become a workspace during the day. Furniture was minimal. Wooden stools, low tables, and storage chests made up most of the interior furnishings. Woven mats covered the floors, and colorful fabrics sometimes hung along the walls to soften the appearance of the stone or plaster. The simplicity of these rooms was not necessarily a sign of poverty. Instead, it reflected a cultural preference for moderation. Greek thinkers often spoke about the importance of balance in life. Philosophers like Socrates and later Aristotle emphasized the idea that happiness came not from excess, but from maintaining harmony between different aspects of life. Although philosophers rarely wrote directly about architecture, the layout of Greek houses seems to echo these ideas. The home was not meant to impress outsiders. It was meant to provide stability and privacy for the household. And much of that stability centered on the courtyard. In the early morning, the courtyard filled with soft sunlight as the rest of the house remained in shadow. Family members might gather there to begin the day's work. Someone might grind grain using a stone mill, much like the ones used centuries earlier in Mesopotamian households. Another person might prepare bread dough to bake in a small clay oven. Children moved through the courtyard playing small games or helping with simple tasks. The open space allowed fresh air to circulate throughout the house. In the warm Mediterranean climate, this ventilation made the courtyard one of the most comfortable places to spend time during the day. Many Greek houses also included a covered walkway supported by wooden or stone columns around the edge of the courtyard. This shaded area provided protection from the sun while still allowing people to remain outdoors. Under these shaded walkways, everyday life unfolded slowly. Someone might sit spinning wool into thread. Another person might repair fishing nets or baskets used for carrying goods from the market. Conversations drifted through the air as neighbors occasionally visited or relatives stopped by to share news from other parts of the city. But despite these interactions, the house remained a private environment. The Greeks placed a strong emphasis on separating the public world of politics from the private world of family life. This separation even influenced how the interior of the house was organized. In many Greek homes, certain rooms were associated with specific members of the household. For example, historians often refer to the andron, a room used by men for social gatherings or drinking parties known as symposia. During these events, guests reclined on couches while discussing philosophy, poetry, or politics. Wine was mixed with water and served in decorated cups. The symposium was an important cultural tradition in ancient Greece. It was where many ideas about literature, science, and politics were exchanged. But even this social gathering took place within the quiet environment of the home, rather than in the crowded public spaces of the city. Meanwhile, other areas of the house were more closely associated with the daily activities of women and children. Textile production, food preparation, and household management often took place in rooms connected to the courtyard. Modern historians sometimes refer to these areas as the gynaeconitis, though the exact organization of these spaces varied from house to house. What remains clear is that the architecture of the Greek home supported a carefully structured domestic life. Different activities occurred in different parts of the house, yet everything remained connected through the central courtyard. This design encouraged a sense of balance. The courtyard acted almost like a calm center, point from which the rest of the house extended. No matter where you moved inside the building, you were never far from that open square of sky. As the day progressed, sunlight shifted across the courtyard floor. Shadows from the surrounding walls slowly moved from one side to the other. The changing light served as a quiet reminder of the passage of time. When midday heat arrived, people retreated into the shaded rooms along the edges of the courtyard. The thick walls helped keep the interior cool, while the open space allowed hot air to rise and escape. Later in the afternoon, activity resumed. Someone might return from the Agora of Athens, carrying fresh olives or fish purchased from market vendors. Children might run into the courtyard after spending time outside with friends. The house gradually filled with movement again. Yet throughout the entire day, the architecture continued to encourage a slower pace of life. There were no long corridors filled with separate specialized rooms. Instead, the house remained organized around one simple idea: gather life around a calm central space. But there was another side to Greek domestic architecture that becomes clearer when we look more closely at the social traditions inside these houses. Because while the courtyard created a peaceful center for daily life, certain rooms within the house were designed for something more complex. They became places where ideas were shared, friendships were formed, and sometimes political alliances quietly developed. And in those rooms, the quiet Greek house occasionally became the setting for conversations that would influence philosophy, literature, and even the future of the city itself. Which raises an intriguing question. What actually happened inside the social gatherings held in Greek homes, and how did those gatherings transform the peaceful architecture of the house into a place where some of the ancient world's most important ideas were born? As the sun climbs higher over Athens, the quiet courtyards of Greek homes slowly come alive. The rhythms of domestic life begin to weave together with the city beyond, yet still remain centered around the open spaces within. If you step inside one of these homes, you notice immediately how the architecture encourages both separation and connection, comfort and observation. The courtyard is the heart. All rooms open onto it, each space designed to serve a practical purpose without disconnecting the family from one another. In the morning, women may gather to prepare bread and wash vegetables, while a child runs between the rooms, carrying a small clay toy, stopping occasionally to watch a bird hop along the shaded wall. The walls of these houses are thick, made from mud brick or, in wealthier homes, finely dressed stone. They keep interiors cool during the harsh Mediterranean summer, but they also provide a kind of private enclosure, separating domestic life from the streets outside. Light enters only where intended, through the open courtyard, through small high windows, or through open doorways. It's a deliberate choreography of brightness and shadow, designed to maintain calm even in the midst of activity. One of the more striking features of Greek houses is the way they accommodate social life. While private, these homes were never entirely isolated. Visitors could be received in specific rooms without compromising family privacy. Wealthier houses often contained an andron, a room reserved for male guests, particularly for symposia, where conversation, poetry, and philosophy flowed freely over wine. The layout ensured that these social gatherings were kept separate from the domestic work of the household, yet still connected to the courtyard's central tranquility. The symposium itself was a ritualized event. Guests reclined on low couches arranged around a central table, cups of wine diluted with water in hand. Conversation could range from the mundane to the profound. Disputes over political decisions in the city, debates about virtue and ethics, or recitations of epic poetry. Though it may sound formal, these gatherings were often playful, filled with laughter and quiet competitive games. But the physical design of the home maintained a subtle order. Noise and energy contained, the courtyard offering a buffer, the surrounding walls insulating the private world from the bustle of the street. Meanwhile, domestic life continued quietly around the courtyard. Food preparation and weaving of textiles occurred in small rooms connected to the central space. Daily chores were rhythmic, almost meditative, kneading bread dough, grinding grain, spinning wool. The architecture guided movement efficiently, but with a gentle constraint rather than urgency. Each task had its place in the spatial flow of the home. In addition to practical function, Greek homes often reflected philosophical ideals of proportion and harmony. Wealthy citizens paid attention to the symmetry of rooms around the courtyard, the alignment of doorways and columns, and even the pathways where sunlight would fall at different times of day. The courtyard itself might be planted with small trees, herbs, or ornamental plants, offering not only practical shade, but also a subtle reminder of balance between nature and architecture. Children's play intertwined with this rhythm. Archaeological evidence from sites like Olinthos shows small toys and miniature furniture, suggesting that Greek children engaged with the same domestic spaces as adults, learning routines, social norms, and even philosophy through observation and imitation. In this way, the courtyard functioned as a classroom, a playground, and a gathering place, all in one. One notable feature of Greek houses is how the spaces encourage observation without intrusion. High windows allowed air and light to enter while preventing casual onlookers from seeing inside. Courtyards offered openness yet controlled exposure. Movement between rooms was intentional. One could move from work to rest, from social gathering to private reflection, all without disturbing the overall rhythm of life. Even in more modest homes, this quiet organization was apparent. The basic pattern remained. A central courtyard, rooms opening onto it, shaded areas for work and relaxation, small sleeping rooms and storage tucked away along the edges. In wealthier homes, additional courtyards or reception halls enhanced the sense of space and allowed for more formal gatherings. Yet even these additions retained the same guiding principle: domestic calm, privacy, and a controlled interaction with the outside world. As the afternoon sun shifts, the courtyard becomes a place for rest. Mats and low couches are placed in shaded corners. Women might spin wool, men return from business at the agora, and children play quietly with clay figurines. The courtyard acts as a social center, linking every part of the house while allowing each activity to take place without conflict. Light moves across walls and floors, marking time in an almost meditative way. Food preparation for the evening meal often begins at this time. Clay ovens are stoked, grains are ground, and olive oil is readied. The aromas are gentle yet pervasive, drifting across the courtyard and reminding residents of daily sustenance. Meals are often eaten within the courtyard or in rooms opening onto it, maintaining connection to the heart of the home. Yet beyond these mundane routines, Greek homes also played an unexpected role in the intellectual life of the city. Symposia in the Andron could give rise to ideas that would shape literature, philosophy, and politics. Poets, philosophers, and even politicians might converse or debate under the protective architecture of the home, insulated from the chaotic streets. The courtyard's tranquility made reflection possible. The careful layout of rooms and spaces guided social interaction with subtle order. The more you observe, the more it becomes clear that Greek domestic architecture embodies a philosophy. Life was not meant to be a relentless push of activity and labor. Instead, it was meant to follow natural rhythms: work, rest, play, reflection. Architecture reinforced these rhythms, shaping the pace of life with gentle structure. By evening, the courtyard may be quiet again. Lamps flicker, shadows lengthen, and the family prepares for sleep. Children climb onto mats, adults retire to small sleeping rooms, and the quiet center of the home continues to regulate the pace of domestic life. Even as the city outside buzzes with conversation, the courtyard remains a private, protected space. And yet Greek homes also hint at another truth: domestic spaces are never entirely neutral. Wealth and status are expressed through size, decoration, and access to private courtyards. The larger the house, the more space for intellectual and social pursuits. The more refined the proportions, the more carefully arranged the rooms and courtyards, the clearer the household's social standing. Architecture itself became a subtle language, conveying calm, control, and cultural refinement. This raises a lingering question as the day ends. How did these private spaces influence public life? When ideas and debates were nurtured within the quiet courtyards of Greek homes, how did those conversations ripple out into the city? Could the calm architecture of a house shape the development of philosophy, politics, and culture itself? As night falls across Athens, the quiet courtyards of Greek homes take on a different atmosphere. The bustle of the city fades. Lamps flicker softly against mud brick or stone walls. Families gather for the final moments of the day, sharing a simple meal or talking quietly under the open sky. In these intimate spaces, you can sense something remarkable. The house is not just a shelter, it is a facilitator of thought, reflection, and social cohesion. Even modest homes maintain a careful balance between openness and protection. Thick walls, small high windows, and the central courtyard create a controlled environment. Inside, the rhythm of daily life: work, rest, meals, and play follows the natural passage of the sun, the rising and falling of temperatures, and the movement of household members. The architecture subtly orchestrates life itself, encouraging calm, attention, and measured action. But Greek homes also reveal the invisible scaffolding of social influence. Wealthier households with larger courtyards and elaborately proportioned rooms became spaces where intellectual activity flourished. The andron, reserved for male social gatherings and symposia, is particularly significant. Here, ideas flowed freely. Philosophers, poets, and politicians might meet to discuss ethics, politics, or the nature of the universe. The design of the home itself, quiet, insulated, and centered around the courtyard, allowed these conversations to unfold without interference from the chaos of the streets. It is tempting to imagine one of these evenings in the home of a prosperous Athenian citizen. Guests recline on couches arranged around a low table. Wine, mixed with water, is served in shallow cups. Conversation begins casually, perhaps with a humorous anecdote, before moving to deeper philosophical inquiry. Someone recites a poem. Another poses a question about virtue. Ideas ripple across the room as if the walls themselves encourage reflection. Outside, the courtyard glows softly with the fading light, connecting the rooms and participants in one shared, calm space. The Greek emphasis on proportion and harmony extends to the smallest details. Rooms are aligned carefully with the courtyard. Doors open in ways that regulate light and airflow. Columns provide both structure and aesthetic beauty. These elements, subtle though they may seem, shape human behavior. Architecture guides movement, frames experience, and imposes a gentle order that encourages reflection, contemplation, and social cooperation. Even in daily chores, the courtyard shapes life. Women spinning wool, children playing simple games, meals being prepared, every activity occurs in a space that is simultaneously practical and reflective. The courtyard acts as the organizing principle of the home, a focal point that allows diverse activities to coexist in harmony. Its open yet protected form embodies the Greek pursuit of balance, a physical manifestation of the philosophical ideals that permeated society. The design of Greek houses also underscores the separation between private and public life. Streets in Athens are crowded, noisy, and open to all. But the house offers privacy, a controlled environment where the family can maintain its rhythm without interference. Even wealthy citizens, who participate in politics and the intellectual life of the city, retreat into these spaces to recharge, reflect, and prepare for public engagement. In this way, domestic architecture not only serves comfort, but also shapes civic life. But beyond structure and function, there is an intangible aspect to Greek homes. They nurture the human mind. Scholars suggest that the privacy, rhythm, and calm fostered within these spaces allowed ideas to develop in ways that might have been impossible in more chaotic environments. Consider the thinkers of Athens: Socrates questioning assumptions, Plato exploring forms, Aristotle systematizing knowledge. While we cannot trace their thoughts directly to the layout of their homes, it is clear that the environment supported deliberate reflection. These homes were more than shelters. They were incubators for culture, philosophy, and civic responsibility. The courtyard, simple and central, provided both literal and metaphorical light. It allowed daily life to proceed without distraction, while also enabling conversations, gatherings, and quiet contemplation that would influence the wider city. Yet architecture was never neutral. The size of the home, the proportion of rooms, the elegance of the courtyard, these conveyed social status. Larger courtyards and more elaborate rooms allowed wealthier families to host larger symposia, welcome influential guests, and participate in intellectual networks that extended across the city. Domestic space became a subtle instrument of influence, blending comfort, privacy, and cultural capital. By nightfall, the courtyard may be empty, the household asleep. Yet the silent geometry of the house continues to operate, guiding airflow, preserving comfort, and maintaining the balance between private life and public society. It is a quiet testament to the Greek understanding of life itself: moderation, order, and reflection, structured through environment as much as through philosophy. This principle of designing homes for calm, thought, and balanced life echoes patterns seen across civilizations. In Mesopotamia, in Rome, and along the Nile, domestic architecture prioritized interior peace and practical rhythms over relentless productivity or ostentation. Yet in Greece, the integration of philosophy, social life, and private domesticity created a unique synergy. Here, the home was both practical and profound, supporting ordinary life while nurturing ideas that would shape Western civilization. As the night deepens, a question arises. If the architecture of a home can influence behavior, thought, and culture so subtly, what might it suggest about our own modern houses, apartments, and workplaces? Are our spaces designed to cultivate calm and reflection, or to encourage ceaseless activity and distraction? And looking back at the quiet courtyards of ancient Athens, one wonders how much of human thought and creativity has been shaped not just by teachers and mentors, but by the spaces in which we live. The Greek home, with its inward-facing courtyard, its careful proportions, and its combination of privacy and connection, remains a silent teacher. It whispers lessons about balance, rhythm, and the profound ways in which space can shape life itself. And in these lessons, the legacy of domestic calm continues, even thousands of years after the last lamp flickered in an Athenian courtyard. Story 5. Roman villas in the countryside escape from the city. Imagine the crowded streets of Rome in the height of the 1st century CE. Merchants shout from stalls in the Forum, carts rattle over uneven stone streets, and the smell of wood fires, livestock, and the occasional sewer rises from the narrow alleys. The city is alive, chaotic, and unforgiving. For many Romans, this was home, but it could also feel suffocating. Wealthy citizens of Rome found a solution that combined both practicality and leisure: the villa. These homes were located in the countryside, often along rolling hills, fertile valleys, or near the sparkling waters of the Italian coast. Unlike the modest apartments or insulae that most urban residents occupied, villas offered space, calm, and privacy. They became sanctuaries away from the bustle of city life. The villa was not simply a residence. It was a statement about lifestyle, taste, and control over one's environment. In the villas of Latium, Campania, or Tuscany, families could structure daily life around comfort, rhythm, and connection to nature rather than the relentless demands of the urban streets. These homes were carefully planned, designed to integrate architecture with landscape, often including gardens, courtyards, and sometimes even small farms. A typical Roman villa contained multiple distinct areas. At its core, like the Greek houses before it, was the atrium, an open central hall often featuring a shallow pool or impluvium to collect rainwater. Around the atrium opened various rooms: bedrooms, dining spaces, storage areas, and workspaces. For the wealthier villa owner, there might be separate wings for guests, private studies, or rooms for household slaves. The architecture allowed both privacy and social engagement, separating the family's personal life from visitors and workers. One of the defining features of a villa was its orientation toward leisure and reflection. Many villas included peristyles, colonnaded gardens with trees, fountains, and flowering plants. These spaces were designed not only for beauty, but also for cooling. In the Italian summer, shaded colonnades and flowing water created a comfortable microclimate, allowing residents to enjoy the outdoors without exposure to the harsh sun. Imagine walking through a villa in the countryside. The stone floors are cool underfoot, the scent of olive trees and herbs drifts in the air, and fountains bubble quietly in the shaded garden. A small group of family members might sit together under a pergola, reading, conversing, or simply observing the slow passage of time. Nearby, slaves attend to domestic tasks, preparing meals, fetching water, or tending to animals, all within the ordered rhythm of the villa. These villas also supported productive work, though in a controlled and private manner. Many were surrounded by farmland, orchards, or vineyards. Crops like wheat, olives, and grapes were grown not only for commercial purposes, but also to supply the household itself. Olive oil, wine, and grain from the villa could sustain the family and serve as symbols of wealth and self-sufficiency. While work occurred, it was integrated into the villa's calm environment, conducted in harmony with the rhythms of the seasons rather than under the constant pressure of the city. The interiors of the villa reflected a balance between functionality and artistry. Walls were often decorated with frescoes depicting pastoral landscapes, mythological scenes, or geometric patterns. Floors might feature intricate mosaics illustrating marine life or hunting scenes. Even mundane areas, kitchens, storage rooms, or corridors were carefully planned to maintain harmony between utility and aesthetic experience. Roman architects understood that domestic architecture could influence mood and behavior. The careful arrangement of rooms, light, and open space encouraged calm, measured living. Roman villas also included spaces for social life. The triclinium, or dining room, could accommodate reclining diners during elaborate feasts. These meals were as much about conversation and intellectual exchange as they were about sustenance. Guests reclined on couches arranged around low tables, wine mixed with water was served, and discussion flowed. The villa allowed these social activities to occur without disrupting the family's private quarters, blending privacy and public engagement in one carefully managed environment. In many villas, bedrooms opened onto private gardens or small terraces, allowing family members to enjoy morning sunlight while remaining shielded from public view. These rooms were modestly furnished but comfortable, with beds of wood and woven fabrics, storage chests, and occasionally decorative items like small statues or lamps. The quiet design of these sleeping spaces contrasted sharply with the crowded and noisy insulae in the heart of Rome. The villa was not only a retreat from the city, but also a reflection of status and taste. A well-designed villa communicated sophistication, wealth, and education. Frescoes illustrated familiarity with classical myths. Gardens revealed knowledge of horticulture. Water features demonstrated engineering skill. Even the alignment of rooms to sunlight and prevailing winds showed an awareness of environmental comfort. Every aspect of the villa, from structure to decoration, reflected a conscious effort to harmonize daily life with beauty, calm, and practical function. Life in the villa followed seasonal rhythms. In winter, residents might spend more time indoors, enjoying warm interiors with stone or tile floors. In summer, the gardens and peristyles became central gathering points, allowing families to enjoy meals, entertain guests, and engage in reading, discussion, or recreation. The architecture of the villa facilitated this movement naturally, guiding inhabitants from private quarters to communal spaces with ease and comfort. Perhaps most importantly, the villa allowed Romans to experience time differently than in the city. In urban life, days were crowded, noisy, and often unpredictable. The villa offered a slower rhythm, one measured by sunlight, seasonal cycles, and the gentle passage of daily tasks. Tasks like bread making, grape harvesting, or olive pressing were deliberate and patient, framed by the calm, protective walls of the villa. Residents could work, rest, and reflect in a space designed to support their well-being rather than push them toward constant activity. Yet despite this controlled environment, the villa was not completely isolated. Guests, extended family, and workers regularly interacted within the space. Markets, local communities, and nearby towns provided connections to the outside world. However, the architecture ensured that these interactions occurred within the villa's calm framework, preventing chaos from disrupting the home's rhythm. This combination of retreat, comfort, and social functionality reflects the Roman understanding of domestic life. Unlike the bustling insulae, where neighbors lived in close proximity with minimal privacy, the villa offered not only physical space but also psychological space. It became a laboratory for leisure, reflection, and intellectual activity. Roman writers like Pliny The younger would later describe these rural retreats in detail, emphasizing the importance of calm, thoughtful living amid natural beauty. And yet, for all its design and refinement, the villa also raises questions about social division. The wealth and space required for such homes were out of reach for most of Rome's population. Slaves, tenant farmers, and laborers sustained the villa's comfort, often without participating in its leisure or intellectual benefits. The very architecture that created peace and reflection for the wealthy simultaneously highlighted the inequality of Roman society. This leads to an enduring question. How does the design of a home shape not just the lives of its residents, but also the broader social landscape? When a villa offers calm, control, and intellectual freedom for some, what does that mean for those excluded from its walls? And how did the physical separation of rural villas from crowded urban centers influence Roman culture, thought, and daily life? The Roman villa, with its courtyards, gardens, and carefully arranged interiors, embodies a philosophy of domestic life. Create space for reflection, integrate work and leisure, and let architecture guide human experience. It is a lesson in how built environments can shape not only comfort but also thought, conversation, and the very pace of life itself. Morning in a Roman villa arrives quietly, even as the city of Rome buzzes with merchants, chariots, and the clatter of daily commerce. The countryside offers a slower rhythm. Birds call from olive groves, fountains bubble in colonnaded gardens, and sunlight slowly pours across the peristyles and atria of the villa. Here, time is measured less by the demands of trade or politics and more by natural cycles: sunrise, harvest, meals, and the gentle passage of hours. The day begins in the kitchens and work areas. Slaves or servants fetch water from cisterns or nearby wells, grind grain to make bread, and tend fires in the clay or brick ovens. Unlike the crowded insulae of the city, where cooking was constrained to narrow corridors and small hearths, villa kitchens are spacious enough to accommodate multiple tasks at once. Jars of olive oil, amphorae of wine, and baskets of fruit are organized for easy access, reflecting the villa's blend of practicality and order. Meanwhile, family members begin their own activities. Children may play quietly in shaded courtyards, their laughter carried lightly by the morning breeze. Women attend to spinning, weaving, and other domestic tasks, often gathering near the peristyle to work in comfort and light. The architecture ensures that everyone remains connected to the central courtyard, which serves as both organizing hub and ventilated space for daily activity. For the villa's owner, mornings might include inspection of the surrounding land. Crops and orchards require attention: olives pruned carefully, grapevines supported on trellises, wheat or barley fields monitored for signs of disease. Farm labor may be performed by tenant workers or slaves, but it occurs within sight and sometimes under the guidance of the household, ensuring that the villa functions both as a residence and a productive estate. The villa's layout encourages this balance. Workspaces are arranged near storage areas or garden plots, yet remain connected to living spaces. Courtyards provide light, shade, and ventilation, allowing labor to continue comfortably even during warmer hours. Rooms open seamlessly onto open areas, making movement efficient and natural. The entire architectural arrangement reflects Roman priorities: practicality, order, and comfort coexisting with leisure and reflection. By midday, activity slows. Residents retreat to shaded porticos, atria, or private rooms. Meals may be simple bread, olives, cheese, and fruit, but are often shared in a leisurely manner. The villa accommodates both family gatherings and visits from friends or neighbors, with spaces like the triclinium or outdoor terraces supporting conversation and repose. In this way, the villa's architecture directly shapes social interaction, providing areas for both intimacy and structured hospitality. Afternoons often invite intellectual or recreational pursuits. Wealthy Romans might read poetry, discuss philosophy, or observe artisans at work within the estate. The courtyard serves as a natural venue for these activities, offering a space that is simultaneously open and enclosed, private yet connected to the rhythms of life around it. For children, the villa is both a playground and a learning environment, teaching observation, patience, and an appreciation of beauty and order. Evenings in the villa are marked by relaxation and reflection. The sun lowers behind hills or distant mountains, casting long shadows across the peristyles and gardens. Fountains and water features provide gentle background sound, enhancing the villa's atmosphere of calm. Lamps are lit inside rooms, and family members gather for dinner, conversation, or contemplation. The architectural layout allows these moments to unfold naturally. Movement from courtyard to room feels seamless, privacy is maintained, and the spatial order encourages stillness rather than haste. The villa also functions as a space for controlled entertainment. Guests may recline in the triclinium, enjoying meals or wine with philosophical discussion or storytelling. Performances, poetry readings, and small musical gatherings occur in designated areas, often within the courtyards or covered colonnades. The villa's design accommodates both work and leisure, productivity and reflection, without forcing either to dominate. One of the most remarkable aspects of Roman villa life is how the architecture shapes perception of time. In the city, hours are dictated by noise, crowds, and obligations. In the villa, the slow movement of sunlight, the gentle progression of chores, and the measured pace of meals establish a natural rhythm. Residents internalize this flow, learning to synchronize their activity with the environment rather than with the frenetic energy of urban life. Yet, villas also reveal the inequalities inherent in Roman society. The calm and order experienced by wealthy families is made possible by the labor of slaves and tenant workers. These workers often perform arduous tasks in heat or cold, without enjoying the same benefits of architecture, leisure, or privacy. The very design that creates serenity for some also underscores the division between social classes. The villa is a haven for the privileged, sustained by those excluded from its comfort. Despite these social realities, the villa's role as a site of reflection and thought is undeniable. Writers such as Pliny the Younger describe leisurely walks in gardens, contemplative reading, and discussions with friends as integral parts of villa life. The architecture courtyards, atria, peristyles, and terraces make such intellectual and aesthetic pursuits possible, providing space to observe nature, reflect on philosophy, and cultivate personal or social relationships. By late afternoon, the villa becomes a space for quiet observation. The movement of sunlight across walls and floors highlights mosaics and frescoes, while the gentle rustle of leaves in the garden provides a soft auditory backdrop. Family members may read, meditate, or simply watch shadows lengthen. The architecture supports both action and stillness, blending private reflection with practical engagement in domestic or agricultural work. As night approaches, lamps are lit in interior rooms, and activities gradually wind down. Conversations soften, meals conclude, and the household prepares for rest. Even while the city remains distant, the rhythms established within the villa sustain the mind and body. Daily life in the Roman countryside is slow, deliberate, and framed by architecture designed to cultivate calm, observation, and measured action. And yet, as peaceful as these villas appear, they also pose a question. How did this environment, with its focus on leisure, reflection, and separation from urban chaos, shape the values, thoughts, and daily habits of Roman elites? Did the very architecture of the villa influence Roman literature, philosophy, and governance? And if so, what can we learn from these spaces about the relationship between human creativity and the design of the homes we inhabit? As night settles over the rolling hills of Latium or Campania, the Roman villa reaches its full expression not just as a house, but as a framework for life itself. The bustling streets of Rome are far behind. Crickets chirp among olive trees, fountains bubble in the peristyles, and the cool evening air drifts through open courtyards. Within these walls, residents experience a rhythm of life shaped by calm, order, and reflection. The architecture of the villa encourages this balance. The atrium, with its impluvium collecting rainwater, forms a central hub around which daily life revolves. Rooms open onto shaded peristyles, gardens, and terraces. Bedrooms and private chambers remain insulated, while common spaces connect occupants to one another and to the outdoors. The villa's layout orchestrates movement, offering both privacy and engagement, leisure and productivity. Evening activities often include intellectual pursuits. Guests may recline in the triclinium, enjoying wine diluted with water, discussing poetry, philosophy, or local politics. In larger estates, libraries or studies provide quiet spaces for reading or writing, sometimes overlooking gardens, fountains, or vineyards. These spaces, carefully designed for contemplation, reflect a broader Roman understanding. Domestic architecture is not merely functional, but a medium for cultivating thought and social refinement. Daily life, though peaceful, is carefully structured. Morning brings bread-making, garden work, or observation of crops. Midday invites retreat to shaded areas, reading, or conversation. Afternoon may involve walks through orchards, tending vineyards, or supervising agricultural work. Evening brings meals, discussions, and reflection. The villa's design integrates these rhythms seamlessly, ensuring that activity, rest, and leisure coexist harmoniously. Frescoes, mosaics, and architectural proportions reinforce a sense of order and aesthetic pleasure. Nature, light, and water are woven into the experience of the home. Columns frame vistas of the gardens. Fountains provide gentle soundscapes. Shaded peristyles allow residents to enjoy the outdoors comfortably. The architecture itself communicates balance, calm, and refinement. Importantly, the villa also reflects social hierarchy. Wealth and status manifest in size, decoration, and amenities. Larger estates can accommodate more guests, host more elaborate meals, or support private philosophical discussion. Slaves and workers sustain the household, tending both domestic and agricultural needs, ensuring that leisure and reflection remain possible for the elite. The villa thus embodies both tranquility and the inequalities of Roman society. Roman writers, particularly Pliny the Younger, emphasized the value of retreat. In letters describing his own villas, Pliny extolled the calm environment, the ability to observe nature, and the opportunity to engage in measured thought away from urban stress. The villa was a laboratory for daily life, blending the practical with the intellectual, the mundane with the reflective. The design of the villa also influenced Roman culture broadly. By creating private spaces that supported leisure, observation, and dialogue, these homes facilitated intellectual exchange, literary production, and the development of personal and civic virtue. The physical environment reinforced habits of moderation, reflection, and appreciation of beauty qualities celebrated in Roman philosophy and literature. Yet, for all its benefits, the villa reminds us that architecture shapes behavior selectively. Peace and reflection were available primarily to the wealthy. Most Romans lived in insulae, where crowded conditions, noise, and minimal privacy dictated a far different daily rhythm. The villa illustrates the ways space, design, and comfort can amplify certain experiences while excluding others, creating a subtle but powerful influence on culture and thought. By night, the villa is silent. Shadows stretch across peristyles and gardens. Courtyards remain open, collecting moonlight and evening air. Residents sleep, having lived a day framed by calm, order, and quiet beauty. The villa in this moment fulfills its purpose, a sanctuary, a stage for reflection, and a physical expression of values that combine leisure, labor, and thought. Looking across the Roman world, villas in the countryside reveal a striking pattern. Human beings, given space, comfort, and time, will cultivate both domestic harmony and intellectual life. The architecture itself encourages balance between private reflection and social interaction, between labor and leisure. These homes demonstrate that design is more than a backdrop for life. It shapes thought, rhythm, and experience itself. The villa's legacy also prompts reflection on our modern lives. Contemporary homes, apartments, and workplaces often prioritize efficiency, productivity, or appearance over calm and reflection. Roman villas remind us that spaces structured for comfort, rhythm, and contemplation can foster intellectual and emotional well-being, supporting creativity and deliberate living. Finally, the villa teaches an enduring lesson about human adaptation. Across centuries, societies from Egypt to Greece to Rome designed homes not solely for survival, productivity, or ostentation, but for peace, reflection, and resilience. Even amid political upheaval, social inequality, or environmental challenge, the villa demonstrates how architecture can create a space where life unfolds at a natural, human pace. And yet, it leaves us wondering, if the calm of these ancient villas fostered reflection, creativity, and deliberate living, what might modern architecture learn from their principles? Can contemporary homes and cities be designed to cultivate the same balance between work, leisure, and contemplation? Or have we lost the subtle wisdom embedded in centuries-old domestic designs? The Roman villa, in all its thoughtful arrangement of atria, peristyles, gardens, and terraces, continues to whisper this lesson across time. Peace is not merely an absence of activity, but a carefully nurtured environment, shaped by walls, light, water, and proportion, an environment that sustains both the body and the mind. Story 6. Medieval monastic cells, simplicity and solitude. If you were to wander through the rolling hills of 12th century Europe, past fields of barley and wheat, you might stumble upon a monastery tucked quietly into a valley or perched atop a gentle rise. Unlike the bustling towns and fortified castles of the era, these religious communities are places of calm, deliberately removed from the noise, commerce, and politics of the world. Here, the lives of monks and nuns unfold in simplicity, guided by routines that have endured for centuries. Monasteries served many purposes in medieval society. They were centers of learning, agricultural production, hospitality, and spiritual devotion. Yet at the heart of every monastery lies a seemingly ordinary architectural unit, the cell. These small, austere rooms, often no larger than a modern bedroom, form the private spaces where individual monks live, work, and reflect. The cell is, in essence, a house within a house, a microcosm of monastic life, and a physical tool for cultivating discipline, contemplation, and spiritual focus. Each cell is deliberately simple. Walls are constructed from stone or timber, often whitewashed to reflect light. Floors may be stone, brick, or packed earth. Windows are small, allowing minimal distraction from the outside world while letting in enough natural light for daily tasks. Furnishings are minimal: a bed or pallet, a wooden desk or bench, and perhaps a small shelf for religious texts. There is no decorative flourish, no emphasis on comfort beyond what is necessary for survival and work. The size and sparseness of the cell are intentional. Medieval monastic rules, such as those established by Saint Benedict in his Rule of Saint Benedict, emphasize that simplicity fosters discipline and spiritual clarity. Excess space or comfort is seen as a distraction, pulling attention away from prayer, reflection, and communal responsibilities. In this way, architecture becomes a tool for shaping behavior, influencing not only how monks live but how they think and experience time. The placement of cells within the monastery also matters. They are often arrayed along cloisters-covered walkways surrounding a central courtyard or garden. This arrangement allows monks to move between private and communal spaces easily. The courtyard provides light, air, and a serene view of greenery or fountains, while the cloister shelters movement during rain or harsh weather. The rhythm of walking from cell to cloister to chapel reinforces a measured pace of life, one dictated by ritual, labor, and contemplation rather than external pressures. A typical day in a monastic cell begins before dawn. Monks rise to attend matins, the first of several daily prayers. Afterward, they return to their cells for reading, copying manuscripts, or personal reflection. Meals are simple bread, vegetables, sometimes fish, consumed in silence or with minimal conversation. Work may include tending gardens, brewing ale, maintaining buildings, or transcribing texts. Every activity is guided by the monastic rule, yet the design of the space itself facilitates these routines. Narrow passages, well-placed work surfaces, and minimal distractions encourage focus and continuity. The cell also serves as a space for intellectual and spiritual labor. Monks might spend hours copying sacred texts, illuminating manuscripts, or recording local history. The desk in the corner of the room is more than a surface. It is a stage for concentrated work, a place where patience, precision, and quiet reflection converge. In many ways, the architecture of the monastic cell embodies the principle that physical space can shape mental and spiritual activity. Evenings in the monastery follow a deliberate pattern. Vespers, another prayer service, marks the transition from work to reflection. Monks return to their cells for solitude, journaling, or silent meditation. The cell's simplicity aids this practice. Nothing in the room distracts from thought or prayer. The walls, windows, and furnishings themselves are part of a carefully constructed environment meant to foster spiritual focus and interior calm. The courtyard outside each cell provides contrast to the austere interiors. Here, light, air, and natural beauty interact with human activity. Monks walk, read, or tend herbs and vegetables. Birds and trees add sensory richness without chaos. The combination of private cell and shared courtyard illustrates a balance central to monastic life. Solitude and community, reflection and action, simplicity and purpose. Monastic cells also reflect hierarchy and responsibility. While most monks occupy nearly identical spaces, some larger or slightly better furnished cells may be reserved for abbots or senior members. Yet the emphasis on minimalism remains. Unlike the villas of Roman elites, where decoration and size signify status, monastic cells prioritize function, discipline, and spiritual cultivation. Status is expressed not in comfort, but in adherence to the rule, mastery of labor, and spiritual development. The design of the cell has long-term consequences for mental and spiritual life. Limited distraction, structured space, and a predictable rhythm encourage focused attention, patience, and contemplation. By imposing physical boundaries, the cell teaches self-restraint and reflection, guiding behavior as effectively as instruction or ritual. Architecture becomes an active participant in shaping the lives of its inhabitants. Outside the walls, monasteries are centers of cultural preservation. Manuscripts copied in the quiet cells preserve classical knowledge, religious texts, and local records that might otherwise have been lost to time. The humble environment of the cell, combined with meticulous labor, creates a legacy far beyond the monastery's physical boundaries. Simple architecture facilitates monumental cultural work. Yet the cell also prompts questions about human experience. How does extreme simplicity affect the mind? Does enforced minimalism and isolation foster clarity, creativity, and focus, or can it induce monotony and fatigue? And how did the architecture of the medieval monastery shape not only individual monks, but the broader intellectual and spiritual life of medieval Europe? As night falls, torches and small lamps illuminate corridors and cells. Monks retire to their beds, the quiet punctuated only by distant sounds of water, wind, or the occasional call of an owl. The monastery sleeps in patterns dictated by light, ritual, and architecture. The cell, small and austere, continues to shape life even in darkness, imposing order and rhythm on mind and body alike. In the quiet of the medieval monastic cell, we witness the same principle seen across civilizations. Architecture is not neutral. Whether in the Egyptian courtyard, the Greek atrium, the Roman villa, or the monastic cell, space shapes behavior, thought, and daily rhythm. The simplicity of the cell teaches a lesson about restraint, focus, and resilience, demonstrating that the design of a home or a single room can profoundly influence human life. And yet, the story is far from complete. How did these small, austere spaces inspire broader intellectual, artistic, and agricultural achievements across medieval Europe? And what can they teach us today about the value of simplicity, discipline, and calm in our own living environments? Morning light filters softly through the narrow windows of the monastery, striking the plain stone walls of each cell. The day begins quietly, with a sense of order dictated by centuries of tradition. Monks rise before dawn, the chill of early hours tempered only by woolen robes or simple cloth wraps. The first prayers, matins, call them to the chapel, yet even in this ritual, the architecture subtly shapes behavior. Cloisters guide movement, steps echoing along stone floors, walls framing the rhythm of communal ascent from private reflection to collective devotion. Returning to their cells after prayer, monks engage in their first tasks of the day. These may include reading sacred texts, copying manuscripts, or performing small craftwork necessary for the monastery's self-sufficiency. The desks in the cells, simple wooden constructions, are positioned to maximize natural light while minimizing distraction. The cell's austere environment, the absence of unnecessary ornamentation, encourages focus. Every inch of the room serves a purpose. The bed for rest, the desk for study, the walls for contemplation. As the morning progresses, some monks move to communal workspaces. These may include scriptoriums for manuscript copying, kitchens for food preparation, workshops for carpentry, or herb gardens for cultivation. Yet even in these shared spaces, the design of the monastery maintains rhythm and order. Cloisters connect cells to work areas while preserving separation, and open courtyards provide light, air, and space for reflection amid labor. Architecture orchestrates not only physical movement, but also the pace of thought and action. A critical element of daily monastic life is the balance between labor and contemplation. In Benedictine monasteries, for instance, ora et labora, prayer and work, dictates the rhythm of the day. Architecture supports this principle. Courtyards provide areas for quiet reading or meditation between chores. Long corridors link workshops, refectories, and chapels, allowing monks to move in structured patterns that reinforce discipline. Even staircases and doorways guide physical movement in ways that promote deliberation and calm, preventing the hurried, chaotic motion typical of bustling towns. Meals are taken communally, often in silence or with measured reading of scripture. The refectory, like the cell, emphasizes simplicity. Long wooden benches and tables, plain walls, and minimal decoration keep focus on sustenance and ritual rather than indulgence. The design ensures that eating is an act integrated with contemplation, not distraction, and fosters a sense of shared purpose among members of the community. The study of manuscripts is a cornerstone of monastic life. In the quiet of the scriptorium or within one's cell, monks copy texts meticulously. Each stroke of ink requires patience and precision. Margins are carefully measured, letters consistently formed, illuminations executed with painstaking attention. The architecture supports this labor. Large windows provide steady daylight. Desks are positioned for optimal ergonomics. Silence is maintained by spatial separation of work areas. The very form of the monastery becomes a tool to cultivate focus, diligence, and reverence. Gardens and courtyards play another role in daily life. Beyond mere ornamentation, they provide microcosms of order and natural rhythm. Monks tend vegetables, herbs, and flowers, learning to observe seasonal cycles and the delicate balance of the environment. Open spaces in the cloister allow for meditation while walking, integrating bodily movement with mental reflection. The architecture blurs the line between indoor and outdoor, work and contemplation, producing a holistic environment conducive to both physical sustenance and spiritual growth. Evening approaches with a gentle descent of light across stone floors and cloisters. Monks return to cells for personal reflection, prayer, and reading. The quiet is punctuated only by the distant sounds of water dripping from the roof or the soft creak of timber. The cell, austere and intimate, continues to shape behavior by promoting introspection and measured activity. The small room, designed to be just large enough for essential functions, fosters self-discipline while creating an environment where the mind can focus without the distractions of the outside world. Hierarchy within the monastery is subtle but present. Senior monks or the abbot may have slightly larger or more functional cells, but all residents share the same guiding principles of simplicity. Even modest differences in space do not undermine the overarching rhythm established by architecture and routine. Each cell, each courtyard, and each cloister collectively forms a controlled environment where discipline, reflection, and learning are embedded in everyday life. By night, the monastery's rhythm culminates in evening prayers, known as compline. The sound of chanting echoes softly along corridors and cloisters, guiding residents into reflection and preparation for sleep. The cell's simplicity ensures minimal distraction, supporting the body's natural need for rest while reinforcing mental and spiritual focus. Walls, windows, and floor all work together to maintain calm and continuity, allowing life to unfold according to deliberate, measured patterns rather than unpredictable chaos. The monastic environment demonstrates a principle seen repeatedly across human history. Architecture shapes human thought, behavior, and culture. From the Greek courtyard to the Roman villa to the Egyptian atrium, built spaces guide rhythm, attention, and social interaction. In medieval monasteries, cells amplify this principle. The simplicity and deliberate design of the cell enable sustained reflection, patient labor, and spiritual focus, producing not only calm but intellectual and cultural productivity. Yet the story of monastic life is also one of tension. How does extreme simplicity affect creativity and emotional health? Could the restrictions of small, austere spaces induce mental strain alongside discipline? How did these architectural choices, emphasizing order, rhythm, and minimalism, influence medieval thought, art, and knowledge preservation? The answers are embedded in centuries of manuscripts, gardens, and stone walls that bear silent witness to life conducted in measured steps and quiet reflection. As night deepens, the monastery rests. Cells, cloisters, and courtyards lie in quiet harmony. Monks sleep, dream, or engage in silent meditation. The architecture continues its subtle work, maintaining calm, supporting thought, and shaping the rhythms of life even when no one is awake to notice. In these walls, we see how deliberately designed space can cultivate resilience, focus, and cultural legacy. And yet, the question remains. In these small, austere rooms, where centuries of labor and contemplation unfolded, how much of Europe's intellectual and spiritual foundation was quietly nurtured? And what lessons might such a disciplined, space-conscious approach to life hold for our modern world, where distraction and excess are so pervasive? As night blankets the monastery, an almost sacred stillness descends over the cloisters and cells. The courtyard, once filled with the gentle movements of monks tending herbs or walking contemplatively, now rests under the pale glow of moonlight. Fountains bubble softly, their sound blending with the occasional rustle of trees. In the heart of this quiet, the monastic cell fulfills its purpose. It is both a vessel for solitude and a crucible for intellectual, spiritual, and cultural life. The architecture of these cells, austere as it is, fosters a remarkable continuity between daily action and reflection. Walls, small windows, and minimal furnishings guide movement and thought, teaching monks to live deliberately. Every routine, rising at dawn, performing chores, attending prayer, copying manuscripts, is intertwined with the physical layout of the monastery. The cell is not merely shelter. It is an instrument, shaping the rhythms of life to cultivate focus, patience, and introspection. Within these walls, countless manuscripts were copied by hand, preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. The cell, with its small desk and steady light from a high window, allowed for meticulous work that demanded both discipline and concentration. Illuminated texts, theological treatises, local chronicles, and scientific observations emerged from these confined spaces. The very simplicity of the environment, by eliminating distraction, enhanced the precision and care applied to each task. Silence, a defining feature of monastic life, interacts with architecture to produce a space that nurtures thought. Cloisters, corridors, and stone floors amplify quietude while separating private cells from communal areas. The result is a rhythm where solitude and shared life coexist. Monks move in patterns shaped by walls and walkways, from cell to chapel to garden and back again. This rhythm of movement and stillness is deliberate. The physical design of the monastery mirrors the mental discipline expected of its residents. The balance of labor and contemplation in these cells exemplifies the monastic principle of ora et labora. Work, whether in gardens, kitchens, or scriptoriums, is framed by space that encourages focus and order. Courtyards offer light and air while serving as a place for measured reflection. Cells reinforce minimalism, preventing distraction, while communal structures allow for collaboration, prayer, and shared responsibility. The monastery, in its entirety, is a carefully orchestrated environment where architecture, routine, and spiritual life are inseparable. Even small design choices convey subtle lessons. High windows prevent external distraction while admitting sunlight that shifts across floors throughout the day, marking the passage of time naturally. Narrow corridors limit hurried movement, guiding residents toward measured, deliberate steps. The very materiality of stone and timber, the cold solidity of walls and floors, reminds inhabitants of endurance, discipline, and permanence, qualities valued in both spiritual practice and intellectual work. Yet the monastic cell is also a place of paradox. Its simplicity is intended to cultivate freedom from distraction, yet it imposes strict limits. Its solitude fosters reflection and clarity, but isolation may amplify monotony or mental strain. These tensions, however, are part of the discipline itself. Monks learn to navigate the balance between external simplicity and internal complexity, cultivating self-mastery within the architectural framework of their lives. The impact of this architectural and routine discipline extends far beyond the individual cell. Monastic communities became hubs of cultural preservation, education, and innovation. Libraries grew, scriptoria flourished, and knowledge accumulated in ways that profoundly influenced medieval Europe. Science, theology, medicine, and history were nurtured in these austere spaces. The unassuming walls of a small room became incubators for ideas that would shape the continent for centuries. Monastic cells also illustrate a universal principle. Human environments shape thought, creativity, and social behavior. Just as Greek courtyards encouraged conversation and reflection, and Roman villas promoted calm, leisure, and intellectual exchange, monastic cells imposed discipline, quiet, and contemplation. Each civilization demonstrates a subtle but powerful truth. The architecture of daily life molds the mind as much as the mind molds its surroundings. By night, the stillness in the monastery encourages reflection not only among the monks themselves, but for anyone who studies these spaces today. The quiet courtyards, the plain stone floors, and the narrow windows are more than historical curiosities. They are reminders of the profound ways built environments influence human life. Time moves differently here. Thought emerges slowly and deliberately. The rhythm of days, guided by architecture, cultivates resilience, patience, and intellectual labor. Yet, even as the centuries pass, questions linger. How much of Europe's intellectual and spiritual foundation was nurtured in these austere rooms? Could similar principles of simplicity, focus, and spatial discipline benefit modern life, where constant distraction and sensory overload dominate? And finally, what does the enduring legacy of these cells tell us about the relationship between the spaces we inhabit and the people we become? In the quiet of the medieval monastic cell, we witness a powerful truth. Simplicity, rhythm, and carefully constructed space shape human thought, behavior, and culture. Here, within small stone walls, lives were ordered, knowledge was preserved, and centuries of intellectual labor were quietly nurtured. The cell embodies a lesson that resonates across time. Sometimes less is more. Restraint fosters resilience, and peace, like productivity, can be designed into the very spaces we inhabit. And as the last lamp flickers in the corridors and courtyards, one realizes that even in the humblest of rooms, human life disciplined, reflective, and resilient can leave a legacy that stretches far beyond its walls. Story 7. Japanese Machiya Townhouses, Harmony Between Street and Home. In the winding lanes of Kyoto, the early morning is quiet, punctuated only by the soft steps of merchants opening their shops, the distant clatter of wooden geta on stone streets, and the faint scent of incense drifting from a nearby temple. The sun begins to illuminate the long, narrow townhouses, or machiya, that line the streets, homes that have existed in Japan for centuries, blending residential and commercial life in one seamless structure. The machiya is a product of both practical necessity and cultural philosophy. Land within the city is scarce, and regulations historically limited the width of plots along streets. As a result, machiya are long and narrow, extending deep from the street frontage. The eel's bed layout, as some historians call it, allows families to maximize use of a small urban footprint while maintaining a separation between the bustling street and the quiet interior. At the front, the house often serves a commercial purpose. Sliding wooden lattices, or koshi, open to reveal shops or workshops. Merchants and artisans sell goods directly from these spaces, integrating business with home life. Yet behind this public-facing facade lies a private world. Past the shop or entrance, the interior opens gradually to reveal a series of rooms and courtyards that prioritize calm, light, and harmony. The architecture is designed to buffer the noise of the street, creating a space where domestic life can unfold with measured rhythm. A central element of the machiya is the tsubaniwa, a small interior courtyard or garden. These spaces are rarely large but are carefully composed, often featuring stone, water, plants, and lanterns. The tsubaniwa brings light and air into the heart of the long townhouse, providing a private oasis within the dense urban fabric. In summer, the garden cools the surrounding rooms. In winter, it provides a visual focal point, connecting residents to the natural world even amid the compact confines of the house. Rooms in a machiya are often flexible. Sliding doors, or fusuma, and lattice screens allow spaces to be reconfigured according to need. A single room may serve as a living area during the day, a sleeping space at night, and a place for study or tea ceremonies in between. The design reflects the Japanese principle of a concept emphasizing the space between objects or moments, allowing the home to feel spacious despite physical limitations. Architecture becomes not only a container for life, but also a guide for movement, attention, and social interaction. Daily life in a machiya unfolds along rhythms shaped by both work and domesticity. Families awaken early, often before sunrise, tending to household chores and opening the shopfront to customers. Children might assist with small tasks or quietly move between rooms under the watchful eye of elders. Women may prepare meals, weave fabrics, or maintain the tsubaniwa, while men attend to craft work, commerce, or study. Despite the multifunctional nature of the space, the layout allows each activity to occur without disruption, blending work, domestic life, and reflection in harmony. The interior materials of the machiya further contribute to a sense of calm. Wooden beams, tatami mats, and paper screens create textures that absorb sound and filter light. Light enters indirectly, often through the tsubaniwa or shoji screens, producing a soft, diffused illumination that moves across rooms throughout the day. The walls and floors themselves subtly regulate temperature and humidity, reflecting a deep understanding of natural materials and their effects on comfort and mood. Privacy is carefully maintained despite the narrow footprint. Street-facing rooms can serve public or semi-public functions, while inner rooms and courtyards shield the family from observation. Sliding doors and partitions allow residents to control sightlines and access, adjusting the balance between openness and enclosure as needed. This careful manipulation of space illustrates a core principle of machiya design: harmony between the demands of urban life and the human need for calm and private retreat. Even the roof and upper stories play functional and aesthetic roles. High ceilings in front rooms allow airflow to cool the space, while upper levels provide additional living areas, storage, or sleeping quarters. Roof eaves extend to shield the house from sun and rain, maintaining comfort inside while articulating a distinct architectural rhythm along the street. The interplay of light, shadow, and structure creates a visual cadence that shapes both the resident's experience and the pedestrian's perception of the city. Cultural practices, too, are integrated into the design. Tea ceremonies, seasonal festivals, and ancestral rituals are conducted within or around the tsubaniwa and main rooms. The architecture facilitates both private and ceremonial life, supporting reflection, celebration, and daily domestic activity. Even small gestures, arranging a plant, lighting incense, or opening a screen, become part of a deliberate choreography that structures attention and fosters mindfulness. Macchia also illustrate a subtle negotiation between density and openness. In tightly packed urban streets, each home must serve multiple functions while avoiding chaos. The narrow facade hides the depth and calm within. Courtyards and gardens provide breathing space, while sliding partitions enable modularity. Life unfolds in layers, moving from the public front to semi-private workspaces to intimate private rooms. The architecture teaches residents to navigate complexity while maintaining calm, focus, and a sense of order. The rhythm of the day is deliberate. Morning opens with work and commerce, moving into domestic tasks, rest, and quiet reflection in the tsubaniwa. Evenings bring meals, conversation, and preparation for sleep. Light, air, and materiality all guide activity, reinforcing the human circadian rhythm and creating a measured, soothing tempo. Residents experience not only physical comfort but also psychological alignment, their daily life orchestrated by spatial design. Yet the Macchia also prompts questions about human adaptability. How does living in a narrow, multifunctional space affect perception, thought, and social interaction? How do these architectural solutions, developed centuries ago in response to urban density, influence both individual well-being and community cohesion? And finally, what lessons might they offer for modern cities, where space is scarce, and the challenge of balancing work, domestic life, and reflection is more pressing than ever? In these quiet streets, the Macchia exemplifies a principle that echoes across civilizations. Thoughtful architecture harmonizes human activity, shapes daily rhythm, and creates a buffer between external chaos and internal calm. These homes, simple yet sophisticated, demonstrate that even within tight urban constraints, life can unfold with rhythm, reflection, and subtle beauty. As the morning sun climbs over the tiled roofs of Kyoto, life begins in the Macchia with a quiet, deliberate rhythm. The sliding lattices at the shopfronts are opened, revealing artisans, merchants, or tea sellers ready to greet the day. Yet just a few meters behind the street-facing facade lies a private world, one shaped by centuries of architectural thought aimed at balancing activity, privacy, and reflection. Inside, the central corridor, often called the Nakadamari, runs deep into the house, connecting front to back. Along its length, rooms branch off, each designed for specific purposes. The first rooms may serve commercial or semi-public functions, while the middle and rear areas prioritize domestic life, living spaces, bedrooms, and the small, serene tsubaniwa. The layout encourages a natural flow, guiding residents from the bustling, public street to the calm interior spaces. Movement is deliberate, choreographed by architecture itself. Morning activities follow this rhythm. Residents tend to domestic chores, prepare meals, and manage goods for sale. The kitchen, tucked toward the rear or side of the house, is designed for both efficiency and comfort. Tatami mats provide a soft surface for work and sitting, while wooden beams and paper screens regulate light and sound. Every material, wood, paper, stone, is chosen not only for practicality, but also for its effect on the sensory environment, creating a space that is quiet, cool, and conducive to attention. Children may assist with small tasks or quietly move through the house. Their learning is embedded in the rhythm of domestic life, observing, assisting, and gradually internalizing the balance between work, care, and leisure. The narrow, layered structure of the macchia teaches movement and mindfulness. Steps are measured. Transitions from room to room are guided by sliding doors. Views of the tsubaniwa provide natural pauses for observation and reflection. In this way, even everyday activity becomes structured, harmonious, and mindful. Midday in the macchia is often a time for pause and quiet reflection. The central courtyard fills with soft light, illuminating the surrounding rooms while providing ventilation and a visual connection to nature. Here, residents may enjoy tea, read, or quietly observe seasonal changes. Small gardens, stones, and water features create an environment that encourages slow, deliberate thought. Unlike city streets, which impose constant sensory bombardment, the tsubaniwa and rear rooms of the macchia offer a gentle, measured rhythm that aligns with human circadian and emotional patterns. Work continues in harmony with the space. Artisans might carve wood, weave textiles, or prepare wares for sale. Sliding screens allow light and airflow to move through the rooms while providing visual and auditory separation. Even the act of moving from one area to another, crossing from shop to corridor to garden, is guided by architecture, shaping behavior as much as facilitating function. In these houses, space teaches rhythm, focus, and awareness. Meals are shared in rooms adjacent to the courtyard or along the deep corridor, often arranged on low tables with cushions for seating. Light filtering through shoji screens softens the visual field, while wooden floors and walls absorb sound, creating a calm acoustic environment. The design of the house encourages quiet conversation, mindful eating, and reflection on daily events, reinforcing the principle that domestic spaces shape not only physical activity, but also social interaction and emotional tone. Afternoon routines often integrate contemplation, work, and movement. Residents may tend small interior gardens, care for pets, or manage household finances and inventory. The sliding doors and partitions allow multiple activities to occur simultaneously without interference. A quiet corner may host study or reading, while nearby rooms accommodate sewing or craft work. Even the simple act of passing through the corridor is informed by thoughtful proportions, lighting, and connection to the central courtyard. Architecture orchestrates the flow of life, ensuring that activity remains deliberate, measured, and harmonious. As evening approaches, the macchia transforms into a space for rest and reflection. Paper screens are closed to shield interiors from the street and to frame views of the courtyard, which may be lit by lanterns or candles. Residents retire to tatami rooms for meditation, reading, or family interaction. The design of the house, emphasizing flexibility and controlled privacy, allows the same physical space to accommodate multiple needs without conflict, preserving calm while supporting a diversity of daily practices. Cultural rituals, too, are integrated seamlessly into the macchia. Seasonal decorations, tea ceremonies, or ancestral observances take place in dedicated areas or the courtyard itself. The architecture enables these practices by offering both privacy and openness, balance and flow. Sliding doors, elevated floors, and layered spaces all serve to choreograph activity and attention, linking individual experience with broader cultural patterns. The evening also underscores another dimension of macchia life, the interplay between street and home. Even as residents retreat inward, the design maintains a dialogue with the outside world. Front lattices and windows allow partial visibility, preserving connection while filtering chaos. The house mediates between public and private life, urban density and personal reflection, commerce and domesticity. It teaches residents how to navigate complexity without losing rhythm or calm. Yet the macchia also prompts reflection on the relationship between space and human behavior. How do narrow, multifunctional homes influence perception, attention, and social bonds? Can these design principles, developed centuries ago in response to urban density, provide guidance for contemporary living, where space is limited and attention is fragmented. The Macchia's lessons lie in subtlety. Structure, materiality, rhythm, and the choreography of daily life converge to cultivate calm, efficiency, and mindful living. By nightfall, the Macchia rests. The courtyard glows softly under lantern light, floors and beams absorb sound, and rooms stand ready for sleep, meditation, or reflection. Light, airflow, and spatial arrangement continue to guide experience, even in darkness. Life unfolds in measured patterns shaped by architecture, connecting human activity, thought, and culture in ways both subtle and profound. And yet, as we consider these centuries-old townhouses, we are left wondering, how much of our modern disconnection, stress, and distraction results from homes that fail to orchestrate life with the same subtlety? Could lessons from the Macchia, its rhythm, its flow, its integration of public and private life, inform how we design homes and cities today? Night settles over the narrow streets of Kyoto, and the Macchia assumes its final role for the day, a sanctuary of harmony, reflection, and subtle beauty. Outside, the city sleeps quietly. Inside, soft lamplight glows across tatami mats, wooden beams, and paper screens. The day's rhythm, commerce, domestic chores, contemplation has reached completion, orchestrated by the design of the home itself. The essence of the Macchia lies in balance. From the street-facing shopfront to the innermost private room and courtyard, the architecture mediates between the demands of public and private life. Sliding screens and partitions allow flexible use of space. Courtyards provide light, air, and a quiet focal point. Rooms are layered to encourage movement and reflection. The home is not merely a shelter. It is a structured environment designed to guide behavior, shape perception, and create calm amidst urban density. This balance extends to sensory experience. Light filters softly through shoji screens, casting diffused patterns on floors and walls. Wooden beams and floors absorb sound, creating a muted acoustic environment. The tsubaniwa, small though carefully composed, brings the natural world inside, offering a sensory pause amid activity. The arrangement of rooms, doors, and open spaces orchestrates not only movement but attention, creating an experience where rhythm, focus, and serenity converge. The Macchia also integrates cultural practice seamlessly into daily life. Tea ceremonies, seasonal observances, and ancestral rituals are conducted in areas designed for them, linking physical space with cultural continuity. Courtyards and rooms serve as stages for social, aesthetic, and spiritual interaction, allowing residents to engage in tradition while maintaining personal reflection. Architecture thus becomes a vessel for preserving culture and shaping how human activity aligns with shared values. Daily labor, craftwork, food preparation, cleaning is embedded in this rhythm. The long, narrow layout encourages efficient movement, and sliding doors allow multiple activities to coexist without interference. Even mundane tasks become part of a choreographed experience, guided by structure, light, and sensory cues. The Macchia demonstrates that well-considered design transforms daily routines into deliberate, mindful patterns that sustain both body and mind. The lessons of the Macchia extend beyond its physical structure. By organizing life around layers of public and private, work and rest, commerce and contemplation, it fosters resilience and well-being. Residents experience calm without isolation, flexibility without chaos, and connection without intrusion. The architecture teaches an essential truth. Human life is shaped as much by the spaces we inhabit as by our intentions or routines. Yet the Macchia also illuminates subtle tensions. Its long, narrow form imposes constraints. Interior spaces must be reconfigured constantly to serve multiple functions. Privacy is limited to the rear of the house and the courtyard, requiring awareness and negotiation among household members. Still, these constraints foster adaptability, attentiveness, and harmony, a deliberate shaping of behavior by architectural form. Even centuries later, These townhouses influence how we think about urban living. The Macchia shows that density need not eliminate calm. Multifunctional spaces can coexist with aesthetic and spiritual experience, and daily life can be structured to balance labor, leisure, and reflection. In a world increasingly dominated by standardized apartments and open-plan offices, the lessons of the Macchia remain profound. Design can create harmony, orchestrate rhythm, and cultivate resilience. By evening, the household retreats to tatami rooms for rest, meditation, or quiet conversation. The courtyard glows under lantern light, providing a visual and auditory buffer from the street. Sliding screens allow residents to control light, privacy, and airflow, preserving calm and comfort. Even the act of moving from room to room becomes deliberate, aligned with the rhythm of the home and the natural world beyond its walls. The Macchia, in this way, continues to teach subtle lessons about human behavior and perception. The architecture also influences social interaction. Visitors are received at the front of the house, in spaces that bridge public and private life. Family and business interactions coexist without conflict, mediated by design. Rooms can expand or contract, screens can be opened or closed, and courtyards provide neutral ground. The Macchia orchestrates relationships as carefully as it orchestrates movement, demonstrating that harmony is not only an individual experience but a social one. At its core, the Macchia embodies a principle seen across civilizations. Architecture can harmonize daily life, guide attention, and mediate between external demands and internal calm. From Egyptian atria to Roman villas to medieval monastic cells, humans have used space to cultivate rhythm, reflection, and resilience. The Macchia adds another layer. In a dense urban environment, architecture can integrate work, domesticity, and aesthetic experience into a seamless, harmonious whole. And yet, even as we admire the ingenuity and subtlety of the Macchia, questions arise. How might modern urban living benefit from these principles? Could our homes, apartments, and streets be designed to foster calm, reflection, and harmony rather than stress, distraction, and fragmentation? And more profoundly, how do the choices we make in arranging our living spaces shape the rhythms, thoughts, and relationships that define our lives? The Macchia teaches that even small interventions, a sliding screen, a courtyard, a carefully placed beam, can shape human experience profoundly. Life in these long, narrow townhouses is neither frantic nor idle. It is measured, deliberate, and attuned to both the natural and social environment. Residents live in harmony with the rhythms of day, season, and society, demonstrating that calm, reflection, and resilience can be built into the very structures of daily life. As night deepens in Kyoto and lanterns flicker in courtyards and rooms, the Macchia rests. Yet its influence endures. Beyond stone, wood, and paper, the house embodies centuries of knowledge about how architecture shapes behavior, perception, and culture. It reminds us that calm, order, and reflection are not abstract ideals but qualities that can be encoded into space itself, guiding life quietly, rhythmically, and thoughtfully. And as we step away from the narrow streets and silent courtyards, we are left with a timeless lesson. The spaces we inhabit, modest or grand, narrow or expansive, profoundly shape who we are, how we live, and how we engage with the world. The Macchia, in its elegant simplicity, reminds us that harmony can be designed, not merely hoped for. Story 8. Ottoman Courtyards, Family Life and Shared Spaces in Istanbul. In the winding neighborhoods of Istanbul, centuries-old stone houses rise along narrow streets, their wooden balconies and carved facades hinting at stories of generations past. Yet it is not the facade that defines an Ottoman home. It is the courtyard, a private world tucked behind high walls where daily life unfolds. Unlike the grand palaces of sultans or the bustling markets, these urban courtyards were ordinary spaces where families cooked, celebrated, worked, and reflected, embodying both practicality and a subtle philosophy of domestic harmony. Ottoman houses were often structured around a central courtyard, called a avlu, which served as the organizing hub. Rooms radiated outward, facing the open-air courtyard, providing light, ventilation, and a sense of privacy even in dense neighborhoods. This design reflected both climatic and social considerations. Istanbul's summers could be hot and humid, and interior courtyards allowed cool air to circulate while buffering the home from the noise and bustle of city streets. At the same time, high walls and inward-facing rooms preserved privacy, a core cultural value, particularly for women, without isolating the family entirely. A typical courtyard was multifunctional. Morning might find children playing quietly near a fountain, women carrying water for cooking and cleaning, and men tending small gardens or checking on household repairs. The courtyard was a stage for life, allowing multiple activities to coexist while remaining connected. Trees, flowers, and stone paths were often carefully arranged, blending beauty and utility. Even modest courtyards contained visual and sensory cues that encouraged calm, order, and attentiveness. The house itself was divided along social and functional lines, yet always oriented toward the courtyard. The ground floor might house kitchens, storage, and servant quarters, while the upper floors contained living rooms, bedrooms, and spaces for social reception. Wooden screens, latticework, and carved shutters allowed family members to observe or interact with the courtyard without being fully exposed to one another. This spatial arrangement maintained both privacy and connection, encouraging measured interaction and harmony within the home. Daily life was structured by both routine and ritual. Mornings began with ablutions and breakfast, often prepared using firewood stoves in the courtyard or adjacent kitchens. Meals were shared communally, either outdoors in warmer months or indoors with sliding shutters open to the courtyard. Children played or assisted with chores, moving fluidly between rooms, the courtyard, and upper-level balconies. The spatial design facilitated supervision and engagement without requiring constant verbal direction, letting the architecture guide activity and social rhythm naturally. Work was also integrated into courtyard life. Small-scale production, textile weaving, embroidery, or minor craftwork could be conducted in shaded corners of the courtyard, while storage and preparation occurred in adjacent rooms. Water features and small gardens allowed for both practical and aesthetic activity, whether tending herbs, washing clothes, or simply enjoying a tranquil visual focus. Every element of the courtyard, from stone pathways to flowering plants, was carefully considered, producing a space that nurtured both productivity and calm. Ottoman homes often included a separation between family and servant activity, or between men's and women's quarters, yet the courtyard maintained cohesion. From the windows and balconies, family members could observe daily life, monitor tasks, and coordinate household activity without intrusion. Wooden lattice screens, called mashrabiyas in some regions, allowed vision while maintaining privacy, creating a delicate balance between openness and enclosure. Architecture, in this sense, functions as a mediator of social relationships as much as a physical shelter. Light and ventilation were essential considerations. Rooms facing the courtyard benefited from sunlight and cross-ventilation, while high walls shielded interiors from heat and noise. The courtyard's stone or tiled floors absorbed and reflected sunlight, keeping spaces comfortable and visually harmonious. The movement of light throughout the day subtly guided activity. Morning chores, midday rest, and afternoon work all aligned with the natural passage of the sun. In this way, architecture structured not only spatial experience but temporal rhythm. Evenings brought communal and reflective moments. Families might gather near a fountain, discuss the day's events, or share quiet conversation over tea. The courtyard became a transitional space between the busyness of the street and the privacy of interior rooms. Its design encouraged mindfulness and calm, providing a place to pause, observe, and connect with both nature and family. The architecture mediated sensory input: sound, light, and sight, creating an environment conducive to measured, deliberate activity. Courtyards also hosted seasonal and ritual life. Celebrations, Religious observances and family gatherings were accommodated within the open-air spaces. Even small gardens or fountains could be decorated or arranged to mark occasions, linking daily domestic life to larger cultural rhythms. The architecture facilitated continuity, allowing the home to be both a private retreat and a stage for social and ritual engagement. Ottoman courtyards illustrate an enduring principle. Thoughtful design can harmonize multiple functions, integrate human activity with natural cycles, and maintain privacy without isolation. Life in these homes was neither hurried nor chaotic. It was structured, flexible, and attentive to both practical needs and emotional well-being. Residents learned to navigate space consciously, moving from street to courtyard to room with rhythm and purpose. Yet the courtyard also poses questions about human adaptability and perception. How does living in inward-facing, organized spaces affect social interaction, emotional regulation, and domestic cooperation? What lessons can we draw from these centuries-old homes about balancing openness with privacy, work with leisure, and urban density with calm? The answers are embedded in the subtle choreography of movement, light, and social engagement orchestrated by the architecture itself. By nightfall, lamps glow softly in balconies and courtyards. The sound of water from a fountain, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle movement of family members create a layered, harmonious auditory environment. Rooms are closed, screens are drawn, and the home settles into measured calm. Here, we see once more that the architecture of ordinary life courtyards, screens, and layered spaces shapes behavior, emotion, and social rhythm as profoundly as any grand palace or civic building. And yet, even as the courtyard rests under the stars, it leaves an open question. How did these architectural choices, emphasizing layered spaces, privacy, and communal rhythm, influence the broader culture of Ottoman cities? How did living in such homes shape patterns of family life, social interaction, and emotional well-being across generations? As the day unfolds in the neighborhoods of Istanbul, the Ottoman courtyard demonstrates its full role as the heart of domestic life. Morning chores give way to labor, learning, and social interaction, all mediated by the design of the home. The courtyard, though simple in structure, a square or rectangle of open space, surrounded by walls, is a stage upon which the complexities of daily life play out with quiet rhythm. In many houses, small businesses operated directly from the street-facing section of the Macchia-style home. Artisans, tailors, bakers, or merchants displayed wares at the front, while the courtyard behind offered a private space for family activity. This dual function required careful architectural balance. Street-facing rooms needed accessibility, visibility, and commercial utility, while inner rooms and courtyards preserved privacy and calm. Sliding screens, latticework, and high walls facilitated this duality, allowing life to flow smoothly between work, domesticity, and reflection. Daily labor was integrated seamlessly into courtyard life. Women carried out cooking, laundry, or textile work in shaded corners or at tables positioned along the courtyard walls. Men might repair furniture, tend small gardens, or manage household finances. Children learned by observation, gradually participating in tasks appropriate to their age. The courtyard's design allowed multiple activities to occur simultaneously without interference, fostering both efficiency and a sense of order. The courtyard also shaped social interactions. It served as a semi-public arena where family members could observe one another's work and coordinate tasks without constant verbal direction. Wooden screens and windows permitted visual contact while maintaining privacy, particularly in households adhering to cultural norms of gender separation. Residents experienced connection and oversight in a manner both subtle and effective, mediated entirely by the arrangement of space. Light and ventilation played critical roles in daily life. The open courtyard channeled sunlight into adjacent rooms, while tall walls and trees moderated heat and provided shade. Air flowed naturally through open doors, windows, and latticework, ensuring comfort and supporting health. The placement of furniture, hearths, and workstations within this space was deliberate, aligning physical activity with environmental conditions and enhancing the home's overall livability. Meals were central to the rhythm of the day. Shared in the courtyard during warm months or indoors with shutters open, they reinforced family cohesion and cultural practice. Preparation and consumption were choreographed by architecture. Cooking areas were close to dining spaces, but screens and partitions separated work from leisure. The arrangement of space encouraged calm, attentiveness, and mindful engagement with both the meal and fellow family members. Education and intellectual work were similarly facilitated. Children studied reading, writing, and arithmetic at low tables or on mats within the courtyard or adjacent rooms. Tutors could oversee multiple pupils simultaneously without intrusive supervision, thanks to visual connectivity provided by lattices and screens. Adults might study religious texts, maintain ledgers, or engage in craft work, all in view yet undisturbed by the movements of others. Space structured attention and focus, demonstrating the subtle influence of architecture on cognitive and social behavior. The courtyard also supported seasonal and ritual life. During festivals, family gatherings, or religious observances, the space transformed to accommodate decoration, ritual objects, or communal seating. These adaptations were made possible by the courtyard's openness, flexibility, and centrality. The home, through its architectural design, accommodated cultural continuity, ensuring that ordinary daily life and ceremonial occasions could coexist seamlessly. Privacy was carefully negotiated through design. Inner rooms and upper floors were protected from street view, while balconies, windows, and lattice screens allowed selective observation of courtyard activity. This layering of space reinforced both autonomy and supervision, allowing residents to maintain personal boundaries without sacrificing family cohesion or practical oversight. Architecture shaped behavior, fostering both responsibility and social harmony. By late afternoon, the courtyard became a transitional space between work and rest. Residents might pause to refresh themselves, enjoy tea, or simply observe the light shifting across walls and floors. Plants, fountains, and shaded alcoves provided visual and auditory focus, supporting calm and reflection. Even in the midst of a bustling city, these small, inward-facing spaces enabled residents to regulate attention, experience serenity, and maintain a sense of order. Evening routines emphasized rhythm and balance. Rooms were closed to preserve privacy, lamps illuminated pathways, and families gathered for meals or quiet conversation. The courtyard remained central, mediating between interior spaces and the outside world. Its design allowed the household to transition smoothly from work and activity to reflection and rest, guided by light, airflow, and spatial configuration. Ottoman courtyards exemplify a broader principle observed in many civilizations. Well-designed space orchestrates life. From Egyptian atria to Roman villas, from medieval monastic cells to Japanese macchia, humans have consistently shaped dwellings to mediate between activity and reflection, privacy and community, work and leisure. In Istanbul's urban homes, the courtyard achieves this through simplicity, flexibility, and spatial rhythm. Yet questions linger about the impact of these environments. How did living in inward-facing, highly organized homes influence the social and emotional lives of residents? Did these courtyards cultivate calm, resilience, and attentiveness across generations? And how might such lessons inform contemporary urban design, where high density, noise, and limited space challenge both domestic life and mental well-being? As night deepens over Istanbul, lanterns glow softly in courtyards and balconies. The rhythm of life slows, guided by the spatial choreography established centuries ago. Courtyards, rooms, and screens combine to shape daily experience, balancing human activity with environmental conditions, social needs, and cultural practice. In these homes, architecture functions as an invisible guide, orchestrating movement, interaction, and reflection with subtlety and grace. And yet, the story of these courtyards is unfinished. How did such domestic designs influence family cohesion, social norms, and the preservation of culture over centuries. What might modern urban planners learn from centuries-old courtyards that integrated privacy, work, leisure, and ritual into compact, harmonious spaces? Night descends over the narrow lanes of Istanbul, and Ottoman homes settle into a gentle rhythm. Courtyards, the heart of domestic life, become spaces of calm, reflection, and quiet beauty. The day's work, learning, and social interaction gradually give way to rest and introspection, guided by the architecture itself. In these inward-facing homes, the ordinary becomes extraordinary as everyday spaces shape thought, behavior, and family life with subtle power. The courtyard, often overlooked in historical accounts in favor of palaces and mosques, exemplifies the Ottoman philosophy of domestic harmony. Surrounded by rooms on all sides, it channels light, air, and movement while maintaining privacy from the streets outside. High walls, latticed windows, and shaded alcoves create an environment where multiple functions work. Play, study, social interaction coexist without chaos. The courtyard mediates the boundary between public and private, between noise and calm, and between work and leisure, demonstrating that domestic architecture is more than mere shelter. It is a behavioral and cultural guide. In these homes, daily life is orchestrated with the rhythm of courtyard-centered design. Morning brings activity, children playing, adults working, and domestic chores unfolding in harmony. Afternoon sees reflection and preparation, as light shifts and air moves through open screens and doors. Evening emphasizes rest and connection, with meals shared, tea poured, and conversation flowing quietly under the protective walls. The architecture of the home, centered on the courtyard, structures not just movement but attention, social engagement, and emotional tone. Materiality plays a crucial role. Stone, wood, plaster, and tile are not merely functional. They regulate sound, light, and temperature. Wooden lattices diffuse sunlight, stone floors absorb heat, and plastered walls provide a tactile rhythm to the space. The courtyard itself, often paved or partially planted, organizes movement and focus. Even the sound of water from a fountain guides attention, marking pauses in activity, enhancing calm and fostering contemplation. Here, sensory design and spatial arrangement are inseparable from daily life. Work and learning, intertwined with domestic rhythm, are seamlessly integrated. Women prepare meals, weave textiles, or tend gardens. Men repair, record accounts, or supervise tasks. Children observe, imitate, and gradually participate. The courtyard allows oversight and interaction without intrusion, while inner rooms and upper floors preserve privacy. Sliding doors, screens, and balconies enable residents to control sightlines and access, balancing supervision with autonomy. Architecture, in this sense, functions as an invisible mentor, guiding behavior through form, proportion, and rhythm. Courtyards also serve as stages for cultural continuity. Religious observances, seasonal celebrations, and family ceremonies occur naturally within these open-air spaces. Even small gardens and fountains are rearranged to mark festivals or special occasions, linking the home to broader cultural patterns. The architecture provides flexibility. A single space can accommodate mundane tasks one day and communal rituals the next, preserving both practicality and meaning. The spatial organization of Ottoman homes illustrates the principle that architecture shapes both individual and collective experience. Rooms radiate from the courtyard, offering connection, separation, and layered privacy. Work, rest, play, and ritual are orchestrated by the movement of residents through the home, guided by light, air, and visual lines. Even subtle choices, placement of screens, orientation of doors, arrangement of furniture contribute to the rhythm and harmony of life. The home, through careful design, teaches residents how to move, interact, and inhabit space thoughtfully. Yet the courtyard also reveals the delicate balance of constraints and freedom. The high walls provide protection and privacy, but limit exposure to the wider world. The inward focus fosters calm, reflection, and attentiveness, yet can amplify monotony or isolation if mismanaged. These tensions are part of the architectural lesson. Discipline, mindfulness, and social cohesion emerge from the careful structuring of space, guided by both opportunity and limitation. Over centuries, such design shaped not only individual households, but the culture of neighborhoods and cities. Courtyard-centered homes fostered strong family bonds, continuity of cultural practice, and resilience in dense urban environments. The lessons embedded in their layout: attention to rhythm, balance between openness and privacy, integration of work and leisure supported both psychological well-being and social stability. In essence, the home itself became an instrument for teaching how to live thoughtfully and harmoniously. By night, lamps glow softly in inner rooms and across courtyards. Shadows dance on walls, reflecting the rhythm of day now past. The sound of water trickling from a small fountain or rustling leaves provides a soothing background. Residents retreat to rooms for rest or meditation, while the courtyard remains a silent guide, shaping perception, attention, and even the pace of thought. The architecture continues its subtle work, long after human activity has slowed. Ottoman courtyards, like other historically significant domestic spaces from Greek atria to Roman villas, Japanese macchia, or medieval monastic cells, demonstrate that architecture can orchestrate life as much as shelter it. Space can guide movement, shape attention, regulate social interaction, and embed cultural values. The ordinary home, when thoughtfully designed, becomes a tool for resilience, reflection, and harmony. And yet questions linger. How might the principles evident in these centuries-old courtyards, layered privacy, inward focus, integration of work and leisure, rhythm guided by architecture, inform our modern urban lives? Can we recover calm, reflection, and balance in homes dominated by open-plan layouts, digital distractions, and relentless sensory input? And what does the legacy of courtyard-centered life reveal about the enduring power of architecture to shape human experience? As Istanbul's streets fall silent and moonlight illuminates fountains, balconies, and tangle of tiled roofs, the lesson of the Ottoman courtyard remains clear. Calm, attention, and social harmony are not accidental. They can be designed, nurtured, and preserved through architecture. Even small, inward-facing spaces have the power to shape behavior, strengthen bonds, and cultivate a sense of measured, deliberate life. In the quiet heart of these homes, we see how architecture silently orchestrates centuries of family life, labor, culture, and reflection. The courtyard, humble yet profound, demonstrates that even ordinary domestic spaces can wield extraordinary influence, shaping both the rhythm of the day and the course of human experience across generations. Story 9. Qing Dynasty Sihayuan Courtyard Life in Beijing. In the ancient neighborhoods of Beijing, life unfolds quietly behind high brick walls and heavy wooden gates. Within these enclosures lie Sihayuan, traditional quadrangle homes that have housed generations of families for centuries. The Sihayuan is a study in order, rhythm, and domestic harmony, a space where the arrangement of rooms, courtyards, and gates is carefully designed to regulate movement, social interaction, and the flow of daily life. Unlike the bustling streets outside, the Sihayuan offers an inward-focused sanctuary, balancing the practical needs of household life with principles of hierarchy, privacy, and cultural continuity. The architecture of a Sihayuan is structured around a central courtyard, typically rectangular, open to the sky, and bordered on all sides by buildings. The main hall, often facing south, is the most prominent space, used for ceremonies, ancestral worship, and receiving guests. Side wings contain bedrooms, kitchens, storage, and workspaces, while smaller courtyards or side spaces accommodate gardens, wells, or utility areas. This layout reflects both climate considerations, maximizing sunlight and ventilation, and cultural principles, particularly those derived from Confucian ideology, emphasizing hierarchy, family order, and respect for ancestors. Life in a Sihayuan is orchestrated by the courtyard. Morning begins with light streaming over the tiled floors, illuminating stone pathways and flower beds. Residents rise and move through the courtyard, beginning daily tasks such as preparing meals, sweeping floors, and drawing water from the central well. The courtyard functions as a stage where multiple activities unfold simultaneously, yet without collision. Children play quietly near shaded corners, women carry out domestic chores, and elders oversee the household from the main hall or side rooms. The architecture subtly guides movement, encouraging order and deliberate action. Privacy is embedded in the design. The outer walls protect residents from street noise and public intrusion, while interior rooms and partitions allow family members to conduct tasks or rest without constant exposure to one another. The courtyard, while open, is visually and acoustically shielded, creating a space that balances openness with enclosure. Even within extended families of multiple generations, the arrangement of space reinforces boundaries, social roles, and hierarchies, ensuring both cohesion and autonomy. Daily labor in a Sahayuan integrates domestic chores, craftwork, and small-scale business. Kitchens are positioned to facilitate cooking while minimizing smoke and odor intrusion into living quarters. Storage rooms and granaries are close to workspaces, reducing unnecessary movement. Courtyards provide space for food preparation, drying herbs, and other household tasks. Every element of layout and orientation serves practical function while also shaping the rhythm of life. Walking from hall to courtyard to bedroom is a guided, deliberate movement, reinforcing attention and awareness. The courtyard also mediates light and ventilation. Buildings surrounding the open space create shaded areas during the hot summer months, while allowing winter sunlight to reach the interior. Air circulates naturally, cooling rooms and dispersing smoke from stoves. The interplay of open sky and surrounding structures provides a dynamic environment that changes throughout the day, subtly influencing activity, comfort, and psychological state. Residents experience not only shelter, but also an environment that supports measured living and attuned observation of natural cycles. Social interaction is orchestrated through architecture as well. Guests enter through the main gate and are received in the central hall, often with a line of sight to the courtyard, offering both connection and control over privacy. Family members move along prescribed pathways between rooms and courtyards, observing or interacting as needed. The Sahayuan fosters both collective life and individual reflection, teaching residents how to navigate shared space and maintain personal boundaries simultaneously. Gardens and ornamental elements within the courtyard further shape experience. Potted plants, small trees, rocks, and water features are arranged to encourage calm and reflection, providing visual relief and seasonal markers for daily and ritual life. Even in the most utilitarian households, these small interventions demonstrate attention to sensory experience, blending aesthetic, practical, and social functions. Movement and attention are guided subtly through spatial composition, creating a harmonious environment without overt instruction. Evenings in the Sahayuan are characterized by rhythm and reflection. Families gather in the main hall or courtyard for meals, quiet conversation, or ritual observances. Windows and doors are closed to preserve privacy, yet interior design allows light from oil lamps or candles to illuminate rooms gently, enhancing calm and comfort. The courtyard remains central, mediating between spaces, guiding movement, and maintaining cohesion. The Sahayuan exemplifies a broader principle. Architecture can be a silent guide, shaping the rhythms of life, attention, and social interaction. From the central courtyard to side rooms, stairways, and gates, each element serves dual purposes, functional and behavioral. Residents learn to navigate the space with awareness, developing discipline, mindfulness, and social cohesion, often without conscious instruction. Yet, even as we observe the order and elegance of the Sahayuan, questions remain. How did living in these inward-focused homes influence family dynamics across generations? How did the careful orchestration of movement, light, and social hierarchy impact emotional well-being, attention, and cultural continuity? And how might modern urban living, often characterized by open-plan apartments or disconnected spaces, benefit from lessons embedded in these centuries-old courtyards. By nightfall, the Sahayuan rests under the stars. The quiet courtyard absorbs the day's activity, shadows stretch across tiled paths, and gentle light flickers through paper screens. The architecture continues to shape experience, influencing sleep patterns, attention, and domestic order, even as human activity slows. In these walls and open-air spaces, centuries of family life, labor, reflection, and culture have been quietly orchestrated by design. And yet, the story of the Sahayuan is only partially told. How did these courtyards shape the social, cultural, and emotional lives of Beijing's residents over centuries? And what can contemporary architecture learn from the subtle power of space to guide attention, structure routine, and cultivate both individual and communal harmony? As dawn breaks over Beijing, the Sahayuan comes alive with a quiet, deliberate rhythm. The central courtyard, the heart of the home, shifts from shadow to light, guiding the movements of its residents. Children emerge first, often to chase one another along stone paths or tend small potted plants, their play bounded by walls that provide security while allowing freedom. Adults follow, attending to meals, cleaning, or work, each movement shaped by the spatial arrangement of the house. In a Sahayuan, daily life is choreographed by architecture, producing order, calm, and subtle efficiency. The courtyard serves as a central stage where multiple activities unfold simultaneously without interference. Women prepare breakfast along the shaded edges of the courtyard, kneading dough or stirring soups, while the men may check ledgers or repair furniture in adjoining rooms. Children sweep fallen leaves or help with chores, learning not only tasks but also the rhythm of the household. The open-air central space facilitates supervision and interaction, allowing residents to observe and coordinate without the need for constant verbal direction. Movement is guided naturally, subtly reinforcing family hierarchy and cooperation. Privacy is maintained through careful layout. The main hall, facing south, is reserved for ceremonies and reception, while side rooms serve as private living spaces for different family members. Screens, latticework, and doors control sightlines, ensuring that observation does not compromise autonomy. Even within multi-generational households, these spatial arrangements allow for both connection and separation, guiding behavior and social norms quietly but effectively. Work is integrated into the flow of courtyard life. Kitchens are positioned to ventilate smoke efficiently while remaining accessible to living spaces. Courtyards are used for drying herbs, rolling dough, and even conducting small-scale craftwork or business transactions. Storage rooms and utility areas are logically placed along corridors, reducing unnecessary movement and creating an intuitive workflow. Every architectural choice, orientation, access, division supports practical activity while also shaping attention, movement, and the pace of life. The courtyard mediates environmental conditions. Stone pathways absorb sunlight, cooling the air in summer and reflecting warmth in winter. Trees and potted plants provide shade, visual relief, and seasonal cues, connecting residents to the natural cycles outside the home. Doors and windows, often elevated or latticed, allow air circulation without compromising privacy. The interplay of light, air, and structure ensures that residents experience comfort and subtle guidance from their environment throughout the day. Education and intellectual work are woven seamlessly into the rhythm of life. Children may study near the courtyard, observed by elders who sit in adjacent rooms or along verandas. Tutors can oversee multiple pupils simultaneously, as the spatial arrangement allows for supervision without intrusion. Adults may engage in reading, calligraphy, or business management in side rooms or along shaded areas of the courtyard. The architecture enables attention to be directed and sustained, integrating learning and labor into the household routine naturally. Meals are another anchor in the rhythm of the Sahayuan. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are conducted either in the courtyard or in adjoining rooms with screens open to the central space. Meals are not only sustenance but also moments of social cohesion, structured by the architecture itself. Tables and mats are arranged to facilitate visibility, conversation, and ritual practice, reinforcing familial hierarchy and connection. The courtyard enables movement, observation, and interaction to coexist in a balanced, harmonious manner. The courtyard also accommodates ritual and seasonal activities. Festivals, weddings, ancestral commemorations, and other ceremonies are conducted within the open-air central space, often with minor modifications such as temporary seating or decorative elements. The Sahayuan is thus both a practical and symbolic stage, linking daily domestic life with cultural and social continuity. Flexibility is built into its design. The same courtyard serves work, play, meals, and ceremonial purposes without structural alteration, a testament to thoughtful planning and cultural insight. Evening in the Sahayuan emphasizes reflection and calm. Lamps are lit inside rooms and along the courtyard, creating gentle illumination that marks the end of daily labor. Family members gather for conversation, storytelling, or ritual observances, often in the main hall or near the courtyard center. Sliding doors, lattice screens, and carefully oriented rooms allow privacy while preserving visual and social connection, supporting the household's rhythm of engagement and repose. The Sahayuan demonstrates a subtle but profound principle. Architecture structures not only physical activity but attention, emotion, and social order. Movement from one space to another along corridors, through doors, or across the courtyard is guided by layout, materials, and sensory cues. Residents learn, often unconsciously, to navigate space in ways that promote calm, focus, and harmony. Work, leisure, and reflection are integrated seamlessly, producing a rhythm of life aligned with natural light, air circulation, and social structure. Yet questions linger about the influence of such domestic environments. How did the inward-focused design of Sahayuan shape the emotional and social lives of residents over generations? Did it foster patience, attentiveness, and family cohesion? And if so, how might we replicate these lessons in modern urban housing where open-plan layouts and constant noise dominate? What might contemporary architects learn from centuries of thoughtful spatial orchestration, where function, rhythm, and hierarchy are embedded directly into design? As night deepens in Beijing, the courtyard absorbs the quiet energy of the household. The day's movement slows, lamps flicker across walls and paths. The central open space, still, provides a visual and auditory anchor for reflection and rest. The architecture continues to shape experience even in inactivity, guiding sleep, attention, and mental rhythm. In these walls, over centuries, generations of families lived, learned, worked, and celebrated, all orchestrated quietly by the spatial design of the Sahayuan. And yet, even as we admire the order, calm, and functionality of these homes, the story is unfinished. How did these courtyards influence social norms, intergenerational behavior, and emotional life across centuries? And what can our modern cities, often overcrowded, noisy, and disconnected, learn from the subtle power of a courtyard-centered home to cultivate harmony, reflection, and resilience? As night falls over the winding lanes of Beijing, the Sahayuan, the traditional quadrangle home, enters its most serene phase. The courtyard, the heart of domestic life, absorbs the rhythms of the day, the laughter of children, the quiet labor of adults, the preparation of meals, and the observance of rituals. Within these walls, centuries of family life, cultural practice, and social hierarchy have been quietly orchestrated, guided by architecture itself. The central courtyard functions not merely as an open space, but as a living mechanism for structuring life. It mediates movement, attention, and social interaction. Residents naturally follow its spatial cues. Children play along its edges while elders observe from shaded corridors. Meals are prepared and consumed with awareness of the courtyard's flow. Work, study, and reflection are arranged to harmonize with light, ventilation, and proximity to others. The Sahayuan, in this way, exemplifies a principle consistent across many historical homes. Architecture shapes human behavior as powerfully as social instruction. Rooms surrounding the courtyard are arranged to support hierarchy, privacy, and functionality. The main hall, reserved for ceremonies and receiving guests, anchors the household, while side wings provide living quarters for multiple generations. Screened windows, lattice doors, and raised platforms allow selective observation, enabling supervision without intrusion. Even the orientation of the house south-facing for maximum sunlight and warmth reflects careful attention to both environmental and social factors. The design ensures that domestic life unfolds with rhythm, balance, and efficiency. Light, air, and materials continue to guide experience. Sunlight sweeps across the courtyard and interior spaces as the day progresses, subtly marking time and structuring activity. Stone and brick absorb heat in winter and provide cool surfaces in summer. Wooden beams and paper screens diffuse light and sound, creating a calm, measured sensory environment. Even minor elements like potted plants or a small water basin serve practical and psychological functions: visual focus, auditory soothing, and seasonal awareness. Every detail contributes to a rhythm that harmonizes work, rest, and social engagement. Daily routines are choreographed by this architecture. Morning labor gives way to midday reflection. Children study, play, and observe the household hierarchy. Adults rotate between work, supervision, and ritual tasks. Meals are shared with attention to order, seating, and etiquette. Festivals, weddings, and ancestral commemorations are seamlessly integrated, using the same courtyard space to host both ordinary and ceremonial life. The architecture enables flexibility while reinforcing social and familial cohesion, allowing generations to experience continuity in both function and culture. The Sahayuan also teaches subtle lessons about autonomy and oversight. Residents learn to navigate boundaries, responsibilities, and hierarchies by moving through space rather than by verbal instruction alone. A child playing near the courtyard understands proximity rules. An adult preparing food or craftwork absorbs timing and spatial etiquette. The home becomes a silent teacher, demonstrating that design can cultivate patience, attentiveness, and social awareness. Evening in the Sahayuan reinforces reflection and calm. Lamps illuminate corridors and courtyard paths, casting gentle shadows on walls and floors. Families gather for conversation, quiet study, or ancestral rituals, while the courtyard remains a central anchor, guiding visual, auditory, and social attention. Sleep, preparation, and reflection all unfold in alignment with the structure, reinforcing the household's daily rhythm. In this way, architecture, light, and space orchestrate life even as active movement slows. Beyond the practical and sensory, the Sahayuan reflects deep cultural values. The orientation, hierarchy, and organization of rooms align with Confucian principles emphasizing respect for elders, filial duty, and family order. Rituals performed in the courtyard or main hall connect the household to ancestors, history, and civic life. The architecture is not merely functional. It embodies social and ethical instruction, subtly guiding generations in both behavior and worldview. The courtyard-centered home also demonstrates resilience in urban density. Surrounded by high walls and narrow streets, residents enjoy privacy, light, and ventilation despite a crowded city. The inward focus reduces noise and distraction, allowing families to cultivate calm, focus, and cooperation. Life is organized around spatial cues rather than forceful instruction, producing households that are both adaptive and disciplined. In a way, the Sahayuan is a blueprint for sustainable, mindful urban living, centuries before modern architecture codified such principles. And yet, the legacy of the Sahayuan leaves us with questions. How did these spatial arrangements influence emotional regulation, attention, and intergenerational relationships over centuries? What psychological and social benefits arose from living in homes that integrated rhythm, privacy, hierarchy, and communal space so intentionally? And what might modern architects and urban planners learn from such domestic design, where subtle guidance, environmental harmony, and social cohesion are encoded into walls, courtyards, and corridors? By night, the courtyard rests under a blanket of moonlight. Shadows stretch along stone paths, the sound of a small fountain ripples faintly, and rooms stand ready to receive residents for sleep or reflection. The home's design continues to shape experience silently. From spatial hierarchy to materiality, from light to ventilation, the Sahayuan structures thought, movement, and social life even in stillness. This quiet orchestration is a testament to the enduring power of architecture to guide human experience. Across centuries, Sahayuan have shaped countless lives in Beijing, teaching the residents how to balance work, play, reflection, and social duty. The central courtyard, though simple, orchestrates movement, attention, and interaction, turning ordinary domestic life into a measured, harmonious experience. Life is guided not merely by social rules or cultural norms, but by the very structure of space itself. And as we step back from these quiet brick walls, tiled roofs, and open-air courtyards, one thought remains: architecture is never neutral. Even ordinary homes have the power to shape behavior, cultivate reflection, and maintain social order. The Sahayuan reminds us that calm, focus, and harmony are not only personal virtues but qualities that can be embedded into the very spaces we inhabit, guiding generations with silent, enduring influence. Story 10. Venetian Palazzi, Waterways, Privacy, and Urban Living. In the labyrinthine canals of Venice, grand palazzi rise directly from the water, their facades reflecting sunlight and shadow across shimmering surfaces. Yet beyond the ornate exteriors lies a domestic life shaped less by grandeur and more by practical design, privacy, and the unique challenges of urban living on water. Venetian homes, especially those along the Grand Canal and its tributaries, demonstrate a careful orchestration of space to manage daily life, social hierarchy, and environmental conditions, revealing a subtle mastery of rhythm, movement, and domestic harmony. Palazzi were structured to accommodate a dense, watery city where streets were canals, and the primary mode of transport was by boat. The main entrance often opened directly onto a canal, allowing gondolas or small cargo boats to deliver goods, visitors, or family members. Beyond the water-facing portal, the interior was organized to maintain privacy, control environmental exposure, and integrate both public and domestic functions. Ground floors typically served utilitarian purposes: storage, workshops, kitchens, while the piano noble floor housed reception rooms and formal living spaces above, elevated from the damp and bustling canals below. Life in a Venetian palazzo was orchestrated around both vertical and horizontal movement. Residents moved from water-level entrances to staircases leading to upper floors, transitioning from commercial and service spaces to private living quarters. Hallways, galleries, and courtyards provided not only circulation, but also regulated light, airflow, and acoustic separation. Even modest palazzi incorporated internal courtyards or light wells, allowing sunlight and ventilation into the deeper parts of the structure. The building itself guided daily activity, shaping both physical movement and attention without overt instruction. Privacy was paramount. The city's waterways were public and often crowded, with merchants, gondoliers, and passers-by observing activity along canals. Venetian architects mitigated intrusion through elevated living spaces, screened windows, and internal courtyards. Water-facing rooms might include shutters or latticework, allowing residents to observe the canal while remaining discreet. The palazzo, in effect, mediates the boundary between public spectacle and private life, creating a space where activity, observation, and repose coexist in careful balance. Daily routines in the palazzo blended domestic labor, commercial activity, and social interaction. Kitchens were situated near service areas, often at ground level, while storage spaces accommodated goods arriving by boat. Servants and family members moved through staircases and corridors to perform daily chores, with the layout facilitating efficiency, oversight, and discretion. Courtyards and interior spaces were used for quiet tasks, such as needlework, accounting, or study, while reception rooms above allowed social engagement in a more formal, elevated context. Movement through these spaces followed subtle rhythms dictated by architecture, ensuring work and leisure coexisted harmoniously. The Venetian environment demanded attention to both structure and sensory experience. Rising tides, damp air, and fluctuating light influenced room placement, materials, and design. Stone floors and marble thresholds resisted moisture, while high ceilings and windows optimized airflow. Water surfaces reflected sunlight into interior spaces, creating dynamic illumination that shifted throughout the day. Architecture in this way guided both activity and perception, allowing residents to adapt to environmental conditions while maintaining comfort and composure. Social interaction was choreographed by design. Reception rooms on the Piano Nobile facilitated gatherings, formal ceremonies, and diplomatic meetings. Balconies and galleries allowed partial observation of canal traffic, enabling residents to monitor commerce, arrivals, and social occasions without direct exposure. Family members learned to navigate these spaces attentively, respecting hierarchy, privacy, and etiquette. Even in movement from a ground-floor storage room to an upper-floor hall, architecture instilled discipline, rhythm, and spatial awareness. The palazzo also integrated aesthetic and cultural expression. Frescoes, painted ceilings, and carved staircases provided visual focus, guiding attention and contemplation. Art and ornamentation were not purely decorative. They defined circulation, framed social encounters, and marked transitions between public, semi-public, and private zones. Water-facing facades signaled status, while interior spaces orchestrated daily life and reflection, blending function, beauty, and social signaling into a single, coherent design. Evenings in a Venetian palazzo emphasized rhythm, reflection, and the delicate balance of openness and privacy. Residents might gather in elevated reception rooms for conversation or music, while domestic staff concluded household tasks below. Water lapping at the palazzo's base provided a continuous auditory rhythm, integrating the external environment into domestic life. Interior courtyards and stairwells offered moments of pause and visual relief, enabling quiet contemplation amid the city's perpetual motion. Venetian homes, particularly along the canals, demonstrate a principle evident in many historical domestic designs. Architecture can orchestrate life by guiding movement, regulating sensory input, and structuring social interaction. In these palazzi, residents learn to navigate vertical and horizontal spaces thoughtfully, balancing work, leisure, and observation, while remaining attuned to environmental and social conditions. Even the grandest residences, often associated with wealth and display, retain subtle mechanisms for everyday domestic harmony. Yet questions remain. How did living in a home surrounded by water, noise, and social spectacle shape attention, behavior, and emotional regulation? How did the careful orchestration of vertical space, courtyards, and reception halls influence family cohesion, social etiquette, and cultural continuity? And in a modern world dominated by digital stimuli, how might contemporary architects draw inspiration from these centuries-old designs to create calm, attentive, and private domestic environments? As night descends, the canals darken and the palazzi stand quietly, reflecting moonlight on rippling water. The sound of gentle waves against stone and wood underscores the rhythm of domestic life. Residents retreat to upper floors, courtyards, and interior rooms for rest and reflection, guided as always by the subtle orchestration of space. The palazzo remains both a physical shelter and a framework for daily life, shaping behavior, perception, and social interaction with enduring influence. And yet, even as the palazzo rests in the silent glow of Venice's canals, we are left with curiosity. How did these water-bound homes shape the psychology, routines, and relationships of their inhabitants? And what lessons can we extract from their careful choreography of privacy, rhythm, and social interaction for our own crowded, noisy, and visually overwhelming cities? Morning in Venice arrives not with alarm clocks, but with the gentle lapping of water against stone foundations and the distant call of gondoliers navigating narrow canals. In a palazzo along the Grand Canal, life begins quietly yet in a rhythm dictated as much by architecture as by human intention. Residents rise to the muted light filtering through high windows, staircases, and interior courtyards, moving along pathways carefully structured to balance work, social observation, and domestic order. The palazzo orchestrates daily activity subtly, ensuring that labor, leisure, and reflection coexist without conflict. Ground floors, often partially submerged or directly on water, host kitchens, storage, and sometimes workshops or commercial spaces. Boats deliver goods and messages directly to water-facing entrances, linking commerce with household life. The design ensures that movement from canal to storage to staircase is efficient and intuitive. Courtyards, when present, serve as shaded spaces for food preparation, laundry, or quiet reflection, bridging the utilitarian lower floors with the more formal upper levels. Even mundane labor is guided by spatial cues, with attention and energy shaped by architecture rather than verbal command. Vertical circulation, the movement from water level to piano nobile, is central to daily life. Staircases, often wide and gently sloped, create a transition between the bustling lower floors and the refined upper levels. Residents adjust their pace according to the function of each space, careful and deliberate in the main hall, attentive yet unobtrusive along corridors, and mindful in courtyards. These movements foster both awareness and discipline, subtly teaching residents how to navigate hierarchical, multifunctional environments. Social rhythm is structured through spatial organization. The piano nobile houses reception rooms and salons, which remain largely separate from the labor and bustle of lower floors. Here, residents host visitors, conduct formal meetings, or engage in cultural activities. Balconies and galleries overlooking canals provide vantage points to observe urban life while maintaining discretion. Latticework, shutters, and interior partitions regulate sightlines and acoustic exposure, allowing residents to control the degree of interaction with the outside world. Privacy, attention, and social hierarchy are encoded directly into the architecture. Daily chores, although often invisible to visitors, are seamlessly integrated into the palazzo's layout. Cooking, cleaning, and household management occur along defined pathways that minimize disruption and maximize efficiency. Courtyards or light wells illuminate workspaces, provide ventilation, and create small zones of calm amidst otherwise bustling activity. Movement, sound, and attention are choreographed by structural design, creating a rhythm that balances productivity with mental composure. The sensory environment reinforces calm and reflection. Light shifts across courtyards, staircases, and upper rooms, guiding both timing and activity. Air circulates naturally through open windows and light wells, providing comfort and subtly influencing movement patterns. Even the sound of water lapping against foundations or the occasional distant call of a gondolier becomes a marker of time, integrating the external environment into daily rhythm. The palazzo, in essence, acts as a conductor of sensory and temporal experience. Meals punctuate the day with social and domestic significance. Breakfast, often prepared in lower kitchens, feeds both family and servants before labor begins. Lunch and dinner, consumed in elevated dining rooms or courtyards, combine nutrition, ritual, and observation. Seating arrangements, table placement, and visual orientation reinforce hierarchy and social awareness. Residents learn to navigate interaction, observation, and participation in ways structured by architecture, which dictates both proximity and attention. Courtyards, galleries, and staircases also facilitate education and craft. Children might practice writing, painting, or reading in shaded courtyard corners, while adults oversee quietly from staircases or balconies. Workshops integrated into lower floors allow artisans or household members to engage in craftwork, observation, and social instruction simultaneously. Spatial arrangement ensures efficiency, visibility, and continuity, turning daily activity into a measured, deliberate rhythm that sustains both practical and social learning. Evenings in the palazzo emphasize calm and reflection. Interior lighting, lamps, candles, or lanterns cast soft illumination across corridors, courtyards, and reception halls. Residents transition from labor to leisure, enjoying music, storytelling, or quiet conversation. The soundscape of water, distant gondolas, and rustling shutters integrates with architectural rhythm to create an environment conducive to rest and contemplation. Movement slows, attention shifts inward, and the palazzo continues to orchestrate experience subtly, shaping mood and behavior even in repose. Venetian palazzi illustrate a broader principle evident across centuries of domestic architecture. Thoughtful design structures not only space but also behavior, perception, and social interaction. Vertical and horizontal movement, visual control, airflow, light, and acoustic design all guide daily life, teaching rhythm, attentiveness, and social awareness. Residents experience harmony and efficiency without conscious instruction. The building itself becomes a silent mentor. Yet questions linger about the human experience within these homes. How did constant proximity to public waterways, commerce, and external observation shape emotional regulation, attention, and privacy? How did the careful orchestration of vertical, horizontal, and sensory space influence family cohesion and social conduct? And how might modern urban housing, often open-plan, visually exposed, and digitally saturated, apply lessons from these centuries-old palazzi to cultivate calm, focus, and harmonious living? By night, the palazzo rests in quiet dignity. Water reflects moonlight across facades, ripples echo softly in courtyards and lower floors, and interiors glow faintly from lamp and candlelight. The architecture continues its subtle work, shaping perception, attention, and behavior even in the absence of active movement. Generations of Venetians experienced daily life, labor, and ritual within these orchestrated spaces, guided not only by social norms, but by the very structure and sensory design of their homes. And yet, even as the canals settle and shadows stretch across walls and courtyards, we are left pondering, how did these water-bound homes shape the emotional life, routines, and social awareness of their inhabitants over centuries? And what lessons can modern designers draw from their careful choreography of privacy, rhythm, and environmental integration to create domestic spaces that cultivate calm, reflection, and connection in today's noisy, crowded cities? As the evening settles over Venice, the palazzo along the canal assumes its quietest state. The water that defines its facade laps gently against stone foundations, reflecting lantern light onto facades, courtyards, and staircases. Inside, the household transitions from labor to reflection, from public interaction to private repose. The palazzo's architecture, though often admired for its grandeur, functions as a subtle orchestrator of daily life, guiding movement, attention, and social interaction with quiet precision. The central principle of Venetian palazzi is the orchestration of space around multiple, often conflicting demands. Ground floors accommodate service, storage, and commerce, while upper floors provide reception, private living quarters, and spaces for reflection. Courtyards, stairwells, and galleries mediate between these layers, creating rhythm, hierarchy, and a sense of order. Vertical and horizontal movement through the building is choreographed by design, teaching residents to navigate space, responsibilities, and social interaction without constant verbal instruction. Light and ventilation are central to this orchestration. Sunlight enters through water-facing windows, interior courtyards, and high ceilings, guiding both activity and perception throughout the day. Air circulates naturally through corridors and open spaces, counteracting dampness from canals while subtly influencing behavior. Sound: the rhythm of water, distant gondoliers, and domestic labor is filtered by walls, floors, and staircases, producing a controlled auditory environment that shapes attention and emotional tone. Architecture here is not only a shelter but a guide for living intentionally. Domestic labor, though often unnoticed, unfolds along carefully considered pathways. Kitchens, storage, and workshops are connected in ways that maximize efficiency and minimize disruption, while courtyards and stairwells provide transitional spaces for quiet reflection. Meals, study, and craftwork are conducted within environments that balance proximity, privacy, and visibility. Family members, servants, and guests move along prescribed paths, learning spatial norms and rhythm as part of daily life. The palazzo functions as an instructor, guiding behavior as much as providing shelter. Social life, too, is shaped by design. Reception rooms on the Piano Nobile host formal gatherings, while balconies, galleries, and windows offer controlled observation of the city and waterways. Residents learn to engage selectively, observing without being fully exposed, participating without losing autonomy. Hierarchy, etiquette, and privacy are embedded into circulation patterns, visual lines, and room placement. Architecture teaches both restraint and attentiveness, producing a household that moves with rhythm, awareness, and harmony. Evening rituals emphasize calm and reflection. The family may gather in a reception room or courtyard for conversation, music, or quiet storytelling. Lamps and candles cast gentle illumination, reinforcing a shift from labor to contemplation. The soundscape of lapping water and distant gondoliers integrates with architectural rhythm to create a space conducive to mental restoration and social connection. Even as movement slows, the palazzo continues its subtle influence, regulating attention, mood, and interaction. Venetian palazzi illustrate a principle observed in domestic architecture across time and place. Design structures not only space but behavior, perception, and social cohesion. Vertical hierarchy, light modulation, sound management, and circulation pathways all shape experience. Residents learn attention, discipline, and social norms not merely through instruction, but through navigation of physical space. Work, leisure, reflection, and ritual coexist harmoniously, orchestrated by the subtle power of architectural design. The sensory and social choreography of these homes also fostered resilience. Venice, with its canals, tides, and fluctuating water levels, required attention, adaptability, and careful spatial planning. Residents adjusted routines, monitored environmental conditions, and coordinated labor through both architecture and social rhythm. The palazzo became a framework for domestic stability, social cohesion, and cultural continuity, encoding centuries of experience into bricks, stone, and timber. Yet questions linger about the impact of such environments. How did life in water-bound palazzi shape emotional regulation, family cohesion, and social etiquette across generations? How did architecture mediate the balance between exposure to the bustling canals and the private, reflective spaces of daily life? And in our contemporary cities, noisy, overstimulated, and digitally saturated, how might these principles of rhythm, hierarchy, privacy, and sensory orchestration guide modern design to cultivate calm and attentiveness? By night, the palazzo rests, illuminated softly by oil lamps, while water reflects moonlight across facades and courtyards. Interiors are quiet, with only gentle sounds of water, wind, and distant city activity. Residents sleep, reflect, or engage in subdued evening rituals, guided by a design that continues to influence perception, mood, and movement. The palazzo, from ground floor to piano nobile, embodies a centuries-long experiment in harmonizing environment, domestic activity, and social life. The legacy of Venetian palazzi is thus more than aesthetic grandeur. They reveal the subtle power of architecture to guide daily life, teach social norms, and shape emotional and cognitive experience. From courtyards to staircases, balconies to reception halls, every element participates in a careful choreography designed to balance privacy, observation, labor, and leisure. In these homes, ordinary domestic life becomes an exercise in rhythm, attentiveness, and subtle mastery of the environment. As Venice sleeps beneath the quiet shimmer of moonlit canals, one thought remains: architecture is never neutral. Even homes built for prestige, commerce, or display encode principles of behavior, attention, and social cohesion. The palazzo demonstrates that calm, focus, and harmony can be embedded in space itself, guiding generations with silent, enduring influence. In the reflection of water and shadow of walls, we see the enduring lesson. The spaces we inhabit shape us as profoundly as the societies we build.